Hope everybody last week was a good week as well, but a good weekend, Happy Monday. It's rainy out here in Rockford for me. But other than that, you guys see the titles. Democrats are afraid of accountability. That's crazy. As an adults, we gotta do better. But let's get into some videos. Thanks for stopping by. My name is Deunta.
Everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed.
What up, bud? Good morning.
Suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many
Morning, everybody.
You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed.
Okay, Florida, no problem. I'm here.
Anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty cop.
There's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight cop?
People who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey was a dirty cop.
No,
they had FBI. Listen to me. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around there looking hoses and stuff. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops.
Right.
And frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But so there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what to do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off?
Right, they literally got this dude with a Nazi tattoo on him, and they defended him with this Nazi tattoo. All the excuses in the world. Even his wife defended him with the bullshit. But they keep calling Trump or us MAGAs, American First people, fascists. We Nazis. That's crazy as hell. Makes no sense at all. We are not none of those things. I know I'm not. Period. Let's continue with this video.
Okay, but 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they did.
Wait. So you got to talk about a crazy moment that happened on Meet the Press featuring Kristen Welker, who is interviewing President Trump. And President Trump had enough of Kristen Welker not being a journalist, right? Not asking real questions about things that the American
She never do answer the questions at all. She always on bullshit. Tomorrow she's not corrupt. Yes, you are. You with the job. CNN's corrupt. Quit the job. You won't be corrupt. Go to somewhere else.
Out in California, the fact is that right now California has mass mail-in ballots coming in that they're counting at the election day, and all of those ballots are basically going to the socialists, right? And for whatever reason, the mainstream liberal media sees no issues with this. They don't want to ask questions about it. Oh, nothing to see here. This is just how California count votes. This is just how Democrats count votes, right? You're a far-right conspiracy theorist, right? You're an election denier if you say, hey, I think this is fishy, right? I think it's very, very, very fishy, the numbers that we're saying and how these votes are coming in after the election. But let's go ahead and get into this exchange here between the president and Kristen Welker, because she's going to beg for mercy as the president walks off the interview after destroying her, absolutely destroying her to her face.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California. It's happening right now in California. Right now, look at what's happening in California. It's 4 days.
Are doing well in
California. No, they're not there.
Yeah, the Republicans were doing well on election day. It looked down there like a red rain, right? On election day until, after election day, and the mail-in ballots came in, right? And Democrats started counting those ballots. All of a sudden, Republicans weren't doing so well.
They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days. and they aren't even close to coming up with. You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen.
That is evidence. If you look at something, you see that it's not right or wrong. That's evidence. You're looking right at it. Your eyes should not deceive you based on what it is, especially not AI.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
Just like you're crooked. Your president's crooked. And meet the president's crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
really? Well, you play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
You're right.
Damn. This is why I love Trump. Honesty.
You're crooked or you're
crooked.
Let's be real. You either have to be crooked or stupid not to see what's going on out in California. Not to, at the very least, ask questions and say, hey, does this make sense? This is the only place in the world where this happens, in these blue states, where it takes days, weeks, months to count votes.
Makes no sense.
You're seeing the same pattern every single time, where after election day, all of a sudden, these ballots come in and Republicans end up losing and Democrats are skyrocketing. It's insanity.
Play right into their hands with this. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country, right? Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS. And CNN.
But Mr. President,
you one-sided crooked networks. Right. Let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. I know.
Who cares where you travel from? He's the president. His schedule is more important than your schedule. You know? What's wrong with these people? That's crazy. I traveled. He's the president.
In the rain with me for an hour. On and off in the rain. And I've given you enough time. You want to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
Listen, you traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Wow.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Again, the media doesn't want to ask questions about why is it that Nitya Raman was crying, bawling her eyes out when it looked like she lost on election day. Look at this.
I've been a candidate for something as long as you can remember. And you've had to live through it with me. And you've been so patient through all of it. Thank you. Kanai Kaveri, I hope you know that everything every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
Yeah. So again, does this look like somebody, or does this sound like somebody who thought that, all the ballots that are...
Right. Check this out.
All right, come on. I've got something for you. Let's go to work. All right, let's get to work. 1,000 votes away from Pratt. Stack those ballots harder, faster. Let's go. Shake it up the knees. Harder, faster. We're 60,000 behind on Pratt. Move those ballots. Fuck you, Pratt. This is mine. You did. Let's go. Move support. We're 60,000 behind on Pratt. Need more ballots. We're 60,000 behind on
face every election year. One way or another, this has to stop.
All right, come on.
Don't play it one more time.
For you. Let's go to work. All right, let's get to work. 1,000 votes away from crash. Stop
Like, share, and subscribe.
those ballots harder, faster. Let's go. Harder, faster. We're 60,000 behind on crash. Move those ballots. Fuck you, Pratt. This is mine.
Auto pen. Damn. All right, good morning.
This is the reality we face every election year. One way or another, this has to stop.
I had to say that. That shit crazy.
They're gonna come in after election day. They're gonna go to me, right? I'm gonna get all those votes. I'm good, right? I'm chilling. No, that sounds like, it looks like somebody that lost, right? That thought that she lost, but now all of a sudden, again, you have these batches that are coming in, right? This is 5 days after the election.
That makes no sense, y'all.
Election, guys. Okay, on election night, Karen Bass 38%, Spencer Pratt 28%, Nithya Raman 20%. 5 days after the election, Nithya Raman 40%, Karen Bass 33%, and Spencer Pratt 18%. Does anybody think that makes sense, right? In what world does that make sense? If you understand that the top two go to the next round, why is it all of a sudden all the votes that came in after the election, right, after election day, why is it that all of those votes are going towards the socialists? Why? You would think that it would make sense. Okay, I get the argument that, okay, yeah, I mean, mail-in ballots tend to be more democratic. But they didn't tell us that mail-in ballots tend to be more socialist. I mean, Karen Bass is a socialist too. I mean, they're both socialists, right? They're both Marxists. But I'm just saying, like, Nithya is to the left of Karen Bass, right?
Man.
So it would make sense that, okay, the mail-in ballots that they count after election day, like those would go primarily towards Karen Bass, right? Like she would win a lot of those votes. That would make sense. But what doesn't make sense is for a vast majority of those votes to go to Nithya Raman, the socialist, right?
Makes no
if
sense.
If they all went to Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt heads to the runoff. But they're going to the third place candidate instead, Nithya Raman, and she is going to overtake him for the lead, right? If she already hasn't done it by the making of this video, right? So, again, this is the problem with the press. The problem with the press is that they refuse to ask questions or to investigate things that are worth investigating. It does not make sense. Nobody's buying into this, okay? Nobody is just going to roll with this excuse. Well, that's just how they count votes out in California, a state that is overwhelmingly run by Democrats. Well, that's just how they count votes. No other country, no other first world country, even you got third world countries, count votes faster and better and have more election integrity than the Democrats out in California.
And we got better technology.
But the media says, hey, if you ask questions, then you're a far-right conspiracy theorist. Nothing to see here, according to the media, right? Nothing to see here.
Amazing.
So
subscribe, you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, from the media. Like, for example, Scott Pelley, who is, going on his tour, right, boo-hoo, whine, and crying about getting fired from 60 Minutes because 60 Minutes asked them to not be biased, right? Don't be biased in favor of Democrats, right? And apparently that was too much for him.
I'll definitely join you, hard, right? I'll join you, no problem. No problem at all. My email's in my description. Name is Deunta. I really appreciate that. Thank you. But
he was asked this question in a New York Times interview about the country believing that 60 Minutes.
Okay.
What was the feeling about that particular opening salvo to the team?
She, I am told, said something to the effect of, why do you think the country thinks you're biased? but she didn't offer any kind of a metric. You know, what's your metric? Why do you think so? Do you have a poll? Is there...
Here's a metric. 98% of the news coverage of President Trump is negative, right? Negative. That's the metric, right? That's the metric.
Or market research? What are you talking about? Because we certainly didn't believe that.
Yeah, they don't believe that they're biased, right?
Okay, Steve, you say you got 54 subscribers, Steve. Okay.
Scott Pelley, who claims that we don't believe that we're biased, right? This is this guy speaking at Wake Forest.
But in this moment, this morning, our sacred rule of law is under attack. Journalism is under attack. Universities are under attack. Freedom of speech is under attack. And insidious fear.
Yeah, keep on posting and putting information out there for the people. No problem. Steve, yeah, that's what's up. Just keep on doing it, man. Keep posting.
It's reaching.
Keep sharing.
Through our schools, our businesses, our homes, and into our private thoughts. The fear to speak. In America, power can rewrite history with grotesque, false narratives. They can make criminals heroes and heroes criminals. Power can change the definition of the words we use to describe reality. Diversity is now described as illegal. Equity is to be shunned. Inclusion is a dirty word.
Damn.
This is an old playbook, my friends.
Wow.
There's nothing new in this.
The lack of self-awareness is just, it's astonishing. It really is. These people are living in a bubble, bro.
Yes, they do. This is my channel, you guys. I do long form, I do videos, live, shorts. Trying to get the out there to you guys. Check it out. Check it out. Let's continue.
They really believe that they're not biased, right? And they're just calling it straight down the middle. I don't know why the country thinks that we're biased, right? Where's your metric? Where's your poll, right? I don't need a metric. I don't need a poll. I know what I see, right? I hear what you say, okay? When you're running around talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, you're liberal, right? You're liberal as hell. You're far left. You're liberal. Let's be honest. You're liberal. And these people are shocked, Pikachu face, right? Like Kristen Welker here, when the president tells the truth about the media and people like herself and others. You don't want to ask any questions about what's going on in California. No questions whatsoever. You just gonna chalk it up to, well, that's just how they vote. That's just how they vote. Right? No, your job as a journalist is to say, okay, what is it about California's vote counting process? Outside of, well, the ballots come in late, right? Outside of that, what about it is leading to this? Why do we keep saying this over and over and over again, right? The media should be demanding transparency and audits. Right? Investigations. Because again, it only happens in California and in these blue states.
I guess we need Nick Shirley to go out there and do the investigation.
And
you
then
know?
They want to cross file when they get
That's
called
crazy
out
how the mainstream media just fell off with the trust. You know, get these boomers still believing CNN and MBS now, how you want to call it, trash, and ABC. They fell off. They went too far to the left with this media. They can control. And they've been doing this stuff since Obama. 16 out of the 12 years they've been in power. We've been going downhill because of them. And all these blue states keep on bloating blue no matter who. We done lost the damn Bears to Indiana. Crazy. Crazy. We lost the Bears. I'm from Chicago, I live in Warford. We lost the Bears. Amazing. Like, share, and subscribe, you guys.
They're BS. Right? They want to pretend like they're the victims. Oh, we're being attacked. Freedom of press is under attack. No. Freedom of the press to openly push propaganda on behalf of the Democrat Party while pretending to be neutral is under attack. Yeah, that's under attack. Because that ain't the free press, right? That's not the free press. This is the Democrat Party press, right? This is the liberal media, okay? But they want to pretend as if, people thinking that their bias is somehow unfounded, right? When every single last one of these individuals, right, when they get fired, because eventually a lot of them do, when they get fired, what do? The first thing they do is that they become progressive activists. That's what happened with Joy Reid, progressive activist, far left, Don Lemonade, Katie Fang, right? And the list goes on. No. Jim Acosta. The list goes on. Give me any of these mainstream liberal media anchors that have been fired when they were on air claiming we're neutral. We call it straight down the middle, right? We're just fact-based journalism. Give me any one of these individuals that have been fired from these liberal media networks. And they ended up being right-wing, right? They ended up being conservative, right? When they got their own podcast, when they were allowed to say what they want. No, none of them. None of them. Even
that's crazy, bud. I don't know what to say about that one.
When they got fired, they moved to the left, right? So I'm just saying, you got to understand how this works, okay? These people lack self-awareness, but they know what they're doing. It's like Trump said, they're either really dumb, they're either really stupid, or they're crooked. I think it's both, to be honest with you. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
All right, that's New York. That's California BS. Let's go to check out New York BS. Let's check this out.
Increased enforcement designed to...
He has been absolutely negligent in the equal application of the law in this city.
So, voters in New York City are very upset with the mayor who's on a communist crusade with new schemes to confiscate buildings across New York City while allowing mobs to run rampant on our streets, which will soon be full of free...
This is Cash Jordan. He lives in New York. I think he do real estate besides YouTubing. But other than that, he lives in New York, and this man be on it.
Grocery stores and free apartments, apparently. But the problem is, all of that is going to require a lot more money from the people who just demanded the mayor's resignation.
What was your reaction to his proposal earlier this week about seizing negligent properties? At first, I thought it was a joke when someone shared it with me. I didn't think it was real. His plan is to see if New York City can handle this business better than we can.
Organizers say the mayor has failed to address, quote, rising radicalization and anti-American extremism in the city. They want him out of office.
It's a roller coaster of things. When I say weaponize the building department, what by that I mean is strapping the building department in private ownership with so many fines that they're going to be so deep, and they're going to determine exactly what the fines are and how high they're going to go.
Basically, it's the seizure of private property. That's what's going on here.
Right. But that's what communists do, right? If you have to do improvements on apartments, following all the regulations, and then be capped on how much rent you can charge those tenants, the tenants lose.
Just what?
I think there were a lot of people that knew and thought that this was what he's going to do, and he's doing it. And I think you all should be very concerned about that New Yorkers put him, knowing what he was, into office.
So when you have a mayor who's more interested in the eternal campaign than actually fixing things, New York is going to change real quick. And what nobody's talking about is right now we're seeing this fascinating mix of state-sponsored agitation, if you want to call it that, and then a full communist press on the local economy at the exact same time. And that's not a coincidence. Because if your goal is to transform a place as quickly as possible, you've got to shut down all social opposition, which is what all of these riots and protests are supposed to do. Well, at the exact same time, you can eliminate private property through new schemes like increased enforcement designed to confiscate buildings from apartment owners that aren't allowed to make money with them to begin with, all in the hopes of achieving either the socialist utopia communists always dream of, or the disaster that is a country like Cuba. And every time in history we've tried this, we've always ended up with Cuba, sadly. We've never gotten the dream. But you see, communism, it always fails because of somebody else's fault or because we didn't have enough communism. And this is something our mayor proudly believes in. And his philosophy explains why local businesses are finding it so challenging to work with the mayor, as the city now looks to be on a path straight out of a socialist regime playbook intent on total control and transformation. Which brings us to the real reason people are protesting right now. They're losing their private property, and they're losing the society around them that enabled them to get it, which is just disintegrating, and it's frightening. But the justification for these new land grabs and the free grocery stores is that rents in New York are so high, nobody can afford to live here, and our stores are so expensive, we need the help of a socialist to punish people who can't afford groceries, even though people living in America already qualify for nutrition assistance at the federal level. But while many people watching this are likely in the camp that New York has already passed the point of no return, the people out on the streets of the city haven't given up yet. So here we have a mass rally, a protest in front of Mayor Mamdani's residence, where the mayor gets to live while he's in office, and they're out there waving American flags on the streets of New York. Something that doesn't happen here all the time. But the reason they're protesting is because the mayor's made it pretty clear he's not going anywhere. And he doesn't even want their votes. He got elected without the support of the people who are out there on the streets demanding that he resign. Which is why, as you're about to see, he's still coming for their homes and everything inside them.
Through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners.
This sounds okay on the surface. New York is in a housing crisis, rents are very expensive, and it doesn't really make sense that there should be buildings out there that are so deplorable nobody can live in them, until you understand why. That in a market full of $5,000 plus apartments, there are others that don't turn a profit. Why? Because their rents are capped by the city. These are apartments that don't cost $5,000 a month. Some of them just cost $500 a month, but they can't be repaired, can't be fixed up, because the cost of doing that would mean the owner never sees a return on the money. If the rent's got to be $500 and you get an increase of $2 after you repair.
It's insane how New York and Chicago got the similarity somewhat when they both said, as far as the mayors, ran on no property taxes, gonna keep the property taxes, no property taxes, period. Either way, go no property taxes. So when they get in, property taxes go up the roof. Y'all voted for this. Especially when you want some free shit. Oh, free, let's go. That's the problem now with some Black Americans. They want everything for free. No, get your ass up and go get this money. Go get the job. Go work. Jesus Christ. And then you get mad when the government, you can't get no sugary drinks or buy a Red Bull. Get a job, buy your own shit. And to worry about none of that stuff. That's the problem. I'm a Republican because I like money. And I don't want no government controlling my stuff. The Democrat Party is a party for poor. And they're going to keep you poor. I don't understand why people don't understand that. When I first heard about Republicans being for the rich, I'm like, okay, cool. Why not? They want the money. It's about money. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Now, the love of money, that's the problem. But getting it and making things better for yourself and your family and your friends, why not? The Democrat Party is the party of keeping you down, period.
One of these places, you'll never be able to. And those are the landlords that are being targeted by this new scheme to confiscate buildings. And as you're about to see, this includes almost half the apartments in New York.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits.
Thank you, guys.
So in
Thank you.
2026, the year we're learning about fraud in places like Minnesota and Los Angeles, now New York wants to get in on the game, giving buildings that used to be privately owned to groups funded by the local government. But it gets even worse because it's not just the landlord that's going to lose their property. It's also the property manager who's going to be out of a job, who had a contract to look after the place and do their best. with the limited income it generates to keep it fine and violation free and help it pass inspections and go to court when it's time to fight unfair violations. The mayor's going to cancel those contracts and put those people out of a job to just rewire the entire housing market in this city overnight. And this plan is so radical and so extreme. People who own property here and were told about it thought there's no way this can be true. But it is. Watch this.
And, small property owners are frankly surprised and frustrated by Mamdani's plan. The Bonanos bought this building back in the 1980s. They continue to do renovations. Painters were in here this morning, even though they're told by the city how much they can charge in rent. Wow. I want to bring in Natalia. Let's start first with the mayor's announcement. What was your reaction to his proposal earlier this week about seizing negligent properties? At first, I thought it was a joke when someone shared it with me. I didn't think it was real. And then I had to do more research to find out. In fact, his plan is to see if New York City can handle this business better than we can. So speaking of that, you guys are doing a renovation in this unit. How much does a renovation for something like this cost? And then the government comparison is the New York City Housing Authority. How much do their renovations cost? So doing the bare minimum here to just make the space livable, we're spending about $30,000. Okay. And NYCHA, reported that it cost them over $400,000 to renovate a single one-bedroom apartment.
What is affordable about that? This is all being done in the name of getting people homes that are up to code and that people can live in and that aren't deplorable. And here you have a place that's being renovated, and if the private landlord does it, it costs over 10 times less than if the city does it. How is that a good thing for New York? How does that do what the mayor keeps telling everybody he wants to do, which is to create a city that everyone can afford to live in? If we're going to take buildings away from people and jack up the cost to fix them up over 10 times and then move somebody else in, how is that affordable? It's not, but that's the reason that these properties are under attack, even though private landlords are doing things way better. And there's a reason for this. And you've got to understand that to communists, your money, your personal property, your personal business, your personal wealth that might provide for you or provide for others or create jobs for people or save people money, all of that exists in opposition to an all-encompassing government that wants to run everything. These two things cannot exist at the same time. They are in direct competition with each other. You see, because in order for communism to be fully implemented, it has to have zero competitors. There can't be this other apparatus out there that provides for people. No, that's the government's job. It's wrong. If this happens over here, because somebody might earn money, somebody might save money, people might empower themselves, which takes them away from communism. You see, that's the issue, and that's why these properties have got to go.
Let's go over this block by block thing and what does it exactly mean. This is going to weaponize the building department here in New York. They're going to start to strap our landlords with ridiculous rents, fines. And then from that point on, it's going to build this whole, it's a roller coaster of things. Wow. We have C. Weaver, who is going to be activated, and she is going to go into this whole tenants' rights thing. Wow. They're going to, when I say weaponize the building department, what by that I mean is strapping the building department in private ownership with so many fines that they're going to be so deep, and they're going to determine the city itself. They're going to determine exactly what the fines are and how high they're going to go.
How is that fair? How
Not
can you
fair at
own a
all.
building in an environment where the local government says, we're coming for you, and we're going to use our enforcement mechanisms to make sure that you're obeying the law, and we're going to increase those enforcement mechanisms. We're going to just decide what they need to go up to, and if you own a building that is regulated by the city, those are the buildings that aren't making money. Those are the buildings where violations are most likely to be found. Why? Because there's no money around to fix them. Corners have to be cut. People have to defer certain things, and now we're going to increase the fines on these places. While the cost to renovate them also increases, and the rent has to stay the same every year in these regulated, government-watched apartments that aren't allowed to earn any money. That's a recipe for something going bankrupt, and that's the whole plan here. That way it can be taken away and given to one of these nonprofits who I'm sure are very excited to come in and start charging 10 times more money to renovate these spaces when they're going to get all that money from the city to do it. They can't wait for this plan. Of course they're coming out and saying that it's affordable. And we should have known all of this was going to happen because the very rent control mechanism that was supposed to make New York City more affordable and was supposed to take greed and profit out of the apartment game and make it so everybody could afford to live here. It's actually been the worst thing for people who get stuck with these buildings because nothing ever gets repaired and they're living in the worst conditions in America that you could possibly imagine sometimes, with apartments that are just falling apart. Watch this.
And then real quick, the big thing is buildings and neglect. You guys actually did run a
Right. If you leave a blue state, do not go to a red state and vote blue. Do not do that. Do not vote blue. Vote red.
The entire building, but then the city left you high and dry. Run me through that process.
Vote red.
Yes, so we had pre-approval for a major capital improvement that cost us over $200,000. And in return, we would get a $14 per room per month increase in rent. And when it was all done in 2021, the city said, actually, we're only going to approve $1.96 per month increase.
Whoa!
Okay.
So the way these buildings work is if you want to fix them up, you've got to get approval to go into one of these places that are just falling apart and get the city's permission. You've got to tell them how much it's going to cost to fix the building, and the city will tell you what you can earn back, because in order for money to exist to fix something, the opportunity to earn that money back has to also exist, but it's the city that's making this determination. And this woman here on Fox apparently had a plan that was approved by the city, went to them and said, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to spend all this money, and the city said, okay, go ahead, you're going to get $14 every time you do a room like the one I'm in right now. And then they brought it down to less than $2 a room. They just changed the game after the money gets spent. I mean, that's a hostile system right there. That is a system that is designed to destroy wealth, is designed to destroy property, and is designed to just take people out. And it looks like this is all being done on purpose and is now about to get even worse.
This is going to be an absolute disaster for us. An absolute
The
disaster.
New York Post agrees, Vicky. They write about Mamdani's plan to squash private landlords. It'll be nothing but a disaster for tenants. I mean, rent's already sky high in the city.
Correct.
It says Mamdani's housing ideas chief, who you just mentioned.
Yeah, I live in Rockford. It's much conservative compared to Chicago, and also living out is much cheaper. So I'm really happy. The neighborhood I live in is real calm, collected, nice people, real nice people, diverse, can't complain. But I'm glad I left Chicago, me and my wife, because Chicago is trash. The teen takeovers, they run around, jumping on people's cars and all that. No accountability. But I'm glad they're going to put it on the parents. Put it on them parents, because where your kids at? Ain't no excuse. All these cell phones and social media and cameras out here. No excuse not throwing your son and daughters at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, running around. That's crazy.
Openly promotes imposing low rents and high taxes to squeeze owners into foreclosure so that the city can grab their properties from them.
So everyone knows
the aim is legalize theft, but after all, confiscating private property is a pillar of socialism.
Right, because private property does something that socialism is supposed to do, and socialism can't have any competitors. They don't want to compete with a free
How you doing, Immortal? Welcome to the chat. Name's Deunta. You say you should be a pope to excommunicate me. For what reason?
market that's going to beat them. So they need to get rid of that free market. They need to eliminate private ownership, because if you have private ownership, you have somebody who can earn a profit and who can enrich themselves while saving other people money. And all of this happens away from the government. Nobody's thanking the government for doing this. Nobody is beholden to a socialist system for providing for them. People don't have to come to the government and ask for anything. And to a socialist, that's rebellion. To a socialist, that is revolt. You can't have that happening if you're going to have the government in control of everything.
Right,
that's
Raph.
totally unacceptable.
Raph 23, what's up to the chat, Raph 23? Right, you know, none of that blue crap shit. High taxes and all that, voting blue no matter who, that shit's stupid.
Here is to completely bankrupt everybody who is a threat to the new regime, if you want to call it that, because this regime cannot have anyone in opposition to it. No competing power structure at all will be allowed to stand. And here's where this is going to lead. If you take half the apartments in New York and you put those landlords out of business and the city takes over those buildings, where are they going to get the money to run them? They're going to need to get it from the other half, aren't they? And what that means is every tax imaginable is going to go up once this starts happening, because as the city gets more and and more buildings under its umbrella of things that it needs to improve. It's going to need more and more money to operate those things. And where's it going to get? It's going to have to come from the money that's left over. So this thing is going to snowball. It's going to be a massive roller coaster, and it's going to happen faster than anyone expects.
Is flabbergasting. This is a flashback to a 2021 podcast with C. Weaver saying the goal is to make housing worthless. Listen to this.
Housing worthless.
So rent control, and they need to be rent controlled. And the reason why they need to be rent controlled is not because like rent control is inherently socialist, but because rent control limits the speculative value of the land. Like our goal is to have the housing actually be worthless.
So their goal is to make housing worthless. Why do they want it to be worthless?
The problem is social media. Social media is ran by old generations that made the algorithm too perfect and addictive. All we can do as a parent is monitor the uses of the phone and what they watching and listening to, because other than that, it's here to stay. You got to monitor what's going on with our kids. And then, when it comes to the truth, they silence you, they'll block you, or they'll suppress it to the point where it don't come out at all. It's crazy. But we got to blame the big tech too. Social, we got to blame the big tech. Okay, that's what's up. Right. I'm 43 years old. I grew up in the 80s. I'm 82. I was 82 when I was born. So either way I go, I got a chance to grow up in the 90s and see all this stuff. We had to go through all this stuff with these kids going through. Their attention span is gone. And then remember how we can remember all the cell phone numbers back in the day? Now we can't remember maybe 2 or 3 cell phone numbers. I know I can remember at least about 10 to 15. Now it's like maybe 5 or 6. Because of social media. And the cell phones keeping all the data for us. 45, that's what's up. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio. Born November the 10th.
Degrade, right? Like we don't want this to be an investment vehicle. We want it to be like long-term stable homes.
Skynet, damn.
We don't need people to become millionaires off their homes.
So they don't want you to become a millionaire off your home. They want this to be a long-term stable investment. But here's the problem. In New York City, the average home price is several $100,000. It's hard to buy a moderate home in this city for less than $700,000, so to speak. So they don't want you to get any appreciation. They want you to pay for.
I go live Monday through Thursday in the morning. If anything comes up, I do it in the evening. But mostly go live Monday through Thursday in the morning. I'm a weekend warrior when it comes to work and work a 3-day work shift. That's why I don't go live as much.
For the place and live there.
Like, share, and subscribe.
That's it. And the problem with that is something can't be a long-term stable investment if the profit on that investment is at all limited or is at all regulated and can max out. If that happens, investors are going to look at that and say, I don't want to do that. And look, home ownership isn't about somebody getting rich. But if the possibility to get rich isn't there, you're going to dissuade people from doing it. This is like the best workout advice I ever got back when I used to go to a gym. Somebody at the gym who was in great shape told me, they said, hey, you should try to get jacked because you probably won't. Most people won't. But if you don't try, your results will be worse than if you tried and didn't succeed. This is the same thing. People have to be able to go into something with the hope that it can materialize. But here's why that's not going to be allowed to happen.
It's a communist move. We cannot allow this to happen. My tweet went absolutely nuts, viral. And the reason is because I've been calling her out since January when he appointed her. And she had everything to say about white ownership, if you remember, and stuff like this. But let me say that there's a violation of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, okay? They're not allowed to do this. And the only way we're going to be able to stop them is with a lawsuit. Now, if we had a capable city council, which we do not, okay, they could...
That's funny. My wife is 4 years older than me. That's funny.
Stop this right now. As soon as it hits the floor, this law should not be passing. But they
That's funny.
It was known as COPA. They renamed it. And let's also go over something else. We have city-owned properties called NYCHA. They are the worst landlords that the city could ever ask for.
Right, and they have over 6,000 empty apartments right now in these city-run properties that New York is already in charge of and is already failing. So we've got the case study right here. Is New York City up to the task of entering the real estate market
Yeah, it's
and
fucking
making
weird.
it better? Obviously not. But the goal here isn't to shy away from that. The goal here is to double down on that failure and to expand that failure and to just get rid of all opposition to it. And the thought of these communists, the dream,
Right, we still look young.
that is that if we could only raise taxes fast enough and raise them high enough, we would have enough money to fix all of the things that we need money to fix. That's their goal. And of course, the mayor knows there's going to be lawsuits. Of course, there's going to be opposition to this. Of course, property owners are going to come after this and are going to sue. But if they're already losing money, if they're already going out of business, how much time do they have? How many properties is the city going to absorb while the owners walk away because
What's
they're
happening?
totally
I don't
destitute
know.
before this even meets a court that will overturn it? And depending on how long all this takes, is that even going to happen? Let me know. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
All right, that was New York. Check out my man, the Chicago conservative named Vashawn. Like and subscribe to his channel. Him and Chicago flips red. They be going to the town meetings and giving Brandon Johnson the flux, letting him know he's a piece of shit. He bogus as hell. And there's no way we should be losing the Bears. But yeah, check it out.
Mr. Chicago conservative, you may begin. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Appreciate that. Bear fan my whole life, and I don't think it's right.
What do you have to say to leadership?
I think everybody in Illinois' politics, government should be fired. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson. How do you let the pride and joy of Illinois walk away?
Thank you. How do you let a team that we have for over 100 years just disappear at this point? Y'all got the Bears in Hammond, Indiana, Brandon Johnson. Congratulations. Yeah, guys. So if everything else wasn't rumors already, it's official that the Bears are moving to Hammond, Indiana.
And that shit's stupid as hell. The Bears going to Indiana. And I get it. Once again, I lived in Chicago. And from Chicago to go to Hammond, it's like a 45 minutes to an hour drive damn near based on traffic. And as a Bears fan, 100%, going to Soldier Field, that was like maybe 20 minutes. So you got to go extra 30, 40 minutes to get to see the Bears in Indiana. That's not cool, man. But it's Brandon Johnson and Pritzker's fault. Want to send the money to the illegals, billions of dollars to the illegals. Waste of money and time. And still trying to fight for and protect them. And protections for them. That's stupid, man. They broke the law getting here. You got people spending thousands of dollars to get to America and stay here and assimilate with no problem. These people want to break the law and still do stupid shit. They ain't trying to assimilate. They ain't trying to become American. And that's the whole point when you come to the border, across the border, to become an American. These people don't want to become an American. They on bullshit. And they fighting for these illegals. Yeah, they human beings. I respect them, but do the right thing.
There's been a statement. You got people like Chicago residents, like this young man, like here, just not really feeling this decision, man. And it's like if Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker don't get held accountable for this when it comes to their party, the Democrats, I should say, or themselves, then I don't know what the hell we're smoking or drinking at this point, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely insane. How the hell do you lose the Chicago Bears? It's the Chicago Bears for a reason. And now what? We let progressive ideologies and giving illegal migrants, over $1 billion?
Told you.
Prioritize that over Soldier Field is absolutely insane, guys.
It's crazy. Bear fan my whole life, and I don't think it's right.
What do you have to say to leadership?
I think everybody in Illinois' politics, government should be fired. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson. How do you let the pride and joy of Illinois walk away? It's crazy. Bear fan.
And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, like I'm going to say in all of the videos it pertains to the Chicago Bears leaving, Soldier Field was $600 million in debt. Brandon Johnson gave the illegal migrants well over that.
Told you guys. They gave their money to the illegals. They do not belong here. To criminals. You giving money to criminals. Oh, you broke the law. Here's a reward. Here's money. Here's a hotel. Come up here and stay with us. Really? We got a $1 billion team that needs help, that's going to bring more revenue and popularity to Chicago and attraction, all that. Now the illegals getting deported up out of here. So all that money going towards them is a waste because they're getting deported up out of here.
Probably over $1 billion. So you're prioritizing illegal migrants that are bringing drugs and crime and that are doing horrendous acts to all of the innocent people in our city over a team that literally...
Right, and that's what Trump was saying. When it comes to like having illegals come to America, they are going to take the black jobs because the illegals are going to the black neighborhoods. They migrate to the black neighborhoods. They're not going to no rich neighborhood to migrate and do better. They're going to the lowest parts of these places and states and cities, and they're making it even worse. And they also are taking in jobs because they're getting hired for cheap. That's what Trump was saying, they're taking the black jobs. That's why these Karens and Kevins out there protesting. Like in Chicago, you get Forest Park, Oak Park, and River Forest. I guarantee you, those people out there going down there, some of them are going out there protesting for the illegals because they want them illegals to get to their neighborhoods, to their suburbs. And that's what's going on. People want to see that. Facts over feelings. Let's continue.
I don't even care if the Bears are bad. We're always going to be diehard Bears fans, Chicago Bears fans. But my thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, this meant absolutely nothing to Brandon Johnson. And before I read this statement here, I just want to give you guys a quick story. When I was in sophomore year of high school, I went to a football camp, right? And it was a Bears football camp. And when I attended, Lance Briggs was there. He was the lineman at the time for the Chicago Bears, and he was teaching us new skills and things and such. He taught us to get through the line. You know, if you hitting the 30 gap, you know, if you're a halfback, you got to really hit that line. And if you're a lineman, you got to open the gap up. You know, so your runner can get through the gap. It's a lot of stuff with football and things like that. But my thing is this, ladies and gentlemen. I've been playing football. I've been playing football since what, 5th grade, 4th grade? So this really means a lot to me. And for Brandon Johnson.
That's me, Alshon Jeffrey. I was doing security at Austin High School. That's Alshon Jeffrey when he was at the Bears. Then he got a championship ring when he went to Philly. Alshon Jeffrey.
To lose this team, honestly, a part of me is missing, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to lie to you. And it really, really hurts that the people of Chicago have to suffer because of this clown. So let's just read this statement here from the Chicago Bears chairman, George McKay. I don't know if that I'm going to pronounce his name right. McCaskey, and President and CEO Kevin Warren says, yesterday the Chicago Bears Board of Directors met and voted to advance our stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana, which I also heard that they're going to be giving them $1 billion. Bruh, who would have turned that down? Nobody would turn that down. But let's just continue. With the exact site to be selected, we believe a world-class stadium project in Hammond will transform the region, connecting Northwest Indiana to the south side of Chicago through the loop and across neighborhoods and suburbs stretching north of the city. It will bring Chicagoland together and deliver new opportunities to its residents and business. Yeah, so that's I guess, nice way of putting it. But long story short, this statement is basically saying, yeah, we're getting the
What's up, Foxbox? Good morning, chat. I'm glad you guys in the chat. Thank you for being in the chat. Appreciate it. Name is Deunta. Like, share, and subscribe. I go live Monday through Thursday in the morning. If I need to go live in the evening, I will, but mostly Monday through Thursday in the morning. Let's continue.
Illinois, because there's no benefit in it for us anymore. And this is just absolutely sad, man. And I tell you guys all the time, it don't have anything to do with Republican or Democrat at this point, because you probably got the guy who did the interview with Fox 32. He probably don't give a rat's ass about Republican or Democrat. He just is a diehard Bears fan. Who allowed the Chicago Bears to basically leave? Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. They're Dems. Okay, we never had this problem before. So why all of a sudden are the Bears leaving now? Because, yeah, you're spending money on bullshit. And let me just tell you guys another thing before I end this video, which you really, really need to consider. Because if you're another big liberal, city like Los Angeles, or you guys really need to open your ears up if you love your team, okay? So listen up. We haven't had a Republican mayor in Chicago, I believe, since 1927 through 1933 or 34 or 35, since the 1930s, okay? And that was around the same time that the Bears was established. So right after we got our first Democratic mayor in Chicago and so on, we've basically been losing all of our money, all of our fans, everything, ever since the Chicago Bears been a thing. I'm just going to be honest. So if you think about it, would we really lose the Bears if we were under some form of Republican leadership when it comes to the mayor of Chicago? Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. I really want you guys to think about that. The Detroit Lions, think about that. Even though I heard Detroit been doing pretty well, I guess. All of these crazy liberal cities, you guys have to really start thinking about this. Is it worth it? Is it really worth it? So, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably about to go in my bed and probably cry. Because, yeah, this is just a low blow. This is a very, very low blow. I'm probably going to be in a fetus position. I'm probably going to need some milk like Homelander, because this is just absolutely devastating news for a person who is really from Chicago. Like, honestly, if it's like the Bears, because I'm a Bulls fan, so I don't know if you guys see the Chicago Bulls on me, but I'm a Bulls fan. I'm a Bears fan. I'm a Sox fan over a Cubs fan because, I'm from the South Side. I got to represent. But my thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, even losing the Blackhawks would, kill me. Like, if you're a real person from Chicago, losing any team that we've had for this long would absolutely destroy you. And Brandon Johnson has allowed this to happen. I'm not even going to really say anything political. It's just his leadership. Even the man in the video said it's the failed leadership of J.B. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson. It don't even matter what political party they're a part of at this point. It's just the way that they ran things, and they ran Chicago to the dirt, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys want more videos like this, please hit that like button. Please subscribe. Man, comment, do what you guys got to do. This is for the Bears, guys. Now, I know a lot of people are happy about it. People like me are sad, but I know I've seen a lot of people in my comment section and previous videos about the Chicago Bears leading saying, yeah, this would be great.
All right, just educate you guys, update you guys about this Kamala Anthony BS, because Kamala is guilty as hell, period.
So I have to put away my color.
Kamala is bogus as hell. Kamala Anthony bogus. As a security officer, when I was in Chicago in high school, any sporting events, period, you cannot bring no weapons at all. Period. Can't bring no weapons, especially in Texas. Texas law, you can't do the same thing. I don't understand how Kamala didn't know that, or his family didn't know that. That I can stab somebody if they touch me. I can stab them. That's not standing your ground. That's not self-defense. That's bullshit. That's murder. And the fact that you brought it and you know you can't bring it, it seemed like he was calculating on BS. But this lady right here gonna say that she gonna stand with Kamala, guilty or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, the man is 100% guilty. He bogus. Because he's black, she gonna defend him. That's fucked up. And they keep on saying white supremacy and white people are racist. That's racist. But to check this BS out.
Do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
We know what color you are. We see it.
So I have to put away my color first and step into.
Just imagine the person that's white constantly saying, "I'm a white person. I'm white. My whiteness." Really? Stop it, black people. We gotta stop doing this BS. Mention our color first. We see it.
To the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to them or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22. If my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, well, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody.
He said he did it, stupid.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
And that's the problem. They stuck in the fucking past about this slavery BS. The education system needs to stop teaching slavery shit. The shit's stupid. On the real. That shit so many years ago. We're in 2026. Everything's not about race. It's not.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if Carmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
they would give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
It was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why we need God.
We got God. What happened was the goofy ladies, they said they couldn't do it because they see him as a young black man and they want to see a young black man in jail. Really? He stabbed somebody. Period. Send his ass to jail. And then he said, touch me, see what I do. So you want somebody to do something to you so you can stab him. So that's what happened. It wasn't just pick all white jury, just be racist, put everybody white up there. No, you want to be a fair trial. And it wouldn't be fair if we had black people in there seeing him for the color and not for the facts that he was bogus. But look at this guy here talking, he praying. Who are you praying to? These people are criminals, they're guilty. Not everybody goes to jail is guilty, I get that. Not everybody that goes to jail is guilty, I know that. But this right here, evidence, he's guilty. Like, share, and subscribe.
That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
Boy. So once again, we got to talk about woke black activists, black liberals, and pro-blackity blacks. Black Marxists taking another L. Okay, they've been taking a lot of L's lately, and I think they're about to take a big L when it comes to this Carmelo Anthony trial, because these people have made
this generation is soft. This generation is definitely soft. You can't touch him. Oh, I want to fight. Really? Dude, he just touched you, said, hey, man, go ahead and leave. That was it. He ain't balled his fists up. I don't know everything, but they said the man touched him. They say it wasn't aggressive. It was more of like, hey, come on. You know what I'm saying?
Made up their own reality in order to defend the indefensible. Because honestly, at the end of the day, they're only defending Carmelo because he's black. And they don't care if a black person murders a white person. All they care about is, well, he's black and white man evil, white man bad, right? So therefore, it's okay. And they're literally defending murder at this point. And again, they're doing so in ways that are extremely dishonest and quite honestly disturbing, because I don't understand how is it that individuals refuse to live in the same reality as everybody else. But I mean, to be honest with you, this is a common thing on the left, right? This is a common thing with leftists. In order to be a liberal, to be a leftist, to be a race hustler, right? To be a Marxist, a communist, a socialist, you have to live in a different reality, right? You have to live in an alternative reality when the facts of actual reality don't match your ideology and your narrative, you have to make stuff up. And that's what's happening here as more details are coming out during the trial about what actually happened. And lo and behold, the things that the pro-blackity blacks claim in order to defend Carmelo Anthony, like, for example, Carmelo was jumped. Those two big strapping white boys tried to jump Carmelo. They were beating him up, right?
I know a lot of people that wear this hat. Welcome to the chat. Appreciate it, Richard. A lot of people wear this hat.
None of that happened. Carmelo and Austin Metcalf did not know each other before, right? The incident, that also was a lie. Carmelo is not some, prodigy that was saving young children when he was like 6 years old from drowning. They also made that up as well too. They just made up so much stuff. And in this story right here, this video I got to talk about, it's starting to backfire because the same individuals that are running around, okay, promoting these random black people on the internet, who
for
are
clout,
telling these lies, right? It's starting to backfire because they're literally supporting predators, right? And that brings me to this video right here featuring this guy, okay, who basically falsely claimed that he saw the video of Carmelo and Austin Metcalf, and he saw plain as day that Carmelo was being jumped by 4 boys, right? 4 boys were jumping Carmelo. And I want to play this clip, and I've already...
And when they took Carmelo mugshot, Carmelo had no scars, no nothing on him. Nothing, not in a scratch.
Played it before, but I want to play it again because this guy is currently under the microscope. And again, this is embarrassing, okay? He claims to be a high school staff member, right? So I want you guys to keep those details in mind as we get into this, okay? So without further ado, let's get into it.
You seen the video with your own 2 eyes. Was it clear enough or was it fuzzy or what? No, it was clear. It was clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the cameras. Okay. That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Carmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business. Dodging the rain or? Yeah, it was still raining. You know.
That together we can make America great again. I want to attack these problems and make America great again. People by Clinton for president. And now you are being called upon, every one of you, to secure a better future for your children and your grandchildren and to make America great again economically, educationally, and socially. It's time for another comeback. Time to make America great again. I know Hillary's the one who can do it. Paid for by Hillary Clinton for president. I'm Hillary Clinton, candidate for president, and I approve it.
Right. So that day we were under tornado watch. Right. We were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with. Okay. So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their 2 buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with it. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school. Coming walking back up. Right. On the video, you can see those
straight line. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Let's grow. Let's grow.
One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past. Right. The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. You know, if you're Carmelo, and they showed it on that video. It's on the video. Okay, come on. You can see him walk.
Damn.
I'll put it this way.
Okay. Keep in mind, right? The only video that has been reported, and all of the reports suggest that none of the stuff that this guy claims is true, right? Like, for example, the video is not super clear. You can't see the stabbing. Nobody reported that Carmelo was surrounded by a bunch of boys and he was being jumped. Like, that's not what's being reported at all, okay? But let's continue here.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things. Okay. So watch those 4. There are 4 right there coming up. Right. That's exactly what they say. Okay. And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so they actually did jump him. Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time, so it's more than the twins that got some licks on. So it showed that in the video. Yes, in the video. So again,
damn, look how clear he's saying it. He was nowhere near it. Wow. That didn't happen. Carmelo's friend, or so-called friend that testified the other day, said he did not expect to see Carmelo sit over there at the tent, and he anyway didn't want him at the tent because it's a school track meet. Stay on your own side with your team or with your school.
Put that in the middle. Okay. And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here. Okay. I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking,
And there was 21 witnesses that testified, and they all said the same thing. Carmelo was on BS.
Questioning whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on,
It doesn't matter that the school was cheated by a tent or not. He don't belong over there. Period. You should have brought a weapon on the school ground, and you're not supposed to be at other teams to a tent, ring or not, unless the team invited you over there. Period.
He said that Austin threw the bag.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonized. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you ain't to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting them. Carmelo actually was able to back out.
Yeah, he was asked to leave 15 fucking times. And Austin Metcalf, you know what I'm saying, being a team leader, how you want to put it, defending his team, defending his tent. Get the fuck out. Simple as that. It doesn't matter what color you are. You don't belong in that area. Period. And even the friend didn't even say too much to him. He was like, "Oh, what up?" And that was it. Like, they asked the friend, like, "Why didn't you say anything?" He's like, he shouldn't have been there. But he didn't expect for him to stab somebody. The friend was like, I know you shouldn't have been here, so I'm looking like, why are you here? But at the same time, he's like, oh, whatever.
They get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in. Okay. And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, but they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down. He fell, and that's when they realized he was.
Right, his friends as bare as a beater. Yep, good one. Yep, 78.
He was still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin tried to go chase him too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him, and that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all three of them were chasing. But Carmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Carmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Carmelo's out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with it.
Damn.
You see him on the video.
This man just lying. For how many minutes this man is straight lying?
And that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him bring grenade and hold his heart, he never did that, because the coach grabbed him and he told him. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him.
It's called equal force. If you have a gun against a gun, yes. A knife against a knife, yes. A knife and a gun, yes. But a fist and a knife, no, that doesn't work that way. That's
because it was unwanted by your own definition in your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going. You assaulted him, period. But they did beat him, and if you look at not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited. I have the emails prove it. But the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the webs under his neck.
Where?
So that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
Damn.
Wow. At some point, as Black folks, we have to stop embarrassing ourselves. Seriously. I have secondhand embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I have secondhand embarrassment just listening to 5 minutes of just straight lies. How do you make stuff up like this? Like, seriously, did this guy sit down and write this story? Because basically everything this dude said, none of this stuff has been said during the actual trial, right? Now, who knows? Maybe the defense eventually will bring some witnesses, okay, who will, corroborate this story, right? This fairy tale these people made up. But we haven't seen that yet, and I don't think we're going to see it happen, right? 20 plus witnesses. None of them have said anything close to this at all, right? What happened? But again, the pro-blacks are latching on to anything, literally anything. Some random dude says this, right? And then you have individuals like Tariq Nasheed and also this white liberal as well, too, who's also not very smart, right? They're pushing this, right? They're pushing this. Listen to this. Staff member, right? Keep that in mind. Staff member saw a video of Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf speak. So this is what they're pushing, right? This is what they're putting out there.
Secret Service Sam here with an update from a staff member who saw the video of the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf altercation.
Saw a video. So fuck the witnesses. They testimony that was literally there in real time. And a video that's not even clear.
He says, the video was very clear. You can even see the raindrops. You can see 4 boys walk up to Carmelo, who's under the tent minding his business. Now, there was 4 boys and a few others, he said. A couple of the others were distracting the coach while they jumped Carmelo. He said it was really in the rain delay. The twins and a few of their buddies, 4 of them and 3 other ones, one distracted the coach.
He laughed.
And they surrounded Carmelo.
He's screaming at him.
Seconds later, they jumped him. Austin pushed him. The twins were in the middle. They were all jumping Carmelo. Hunter said Carmelo threw his bag. That is not true. Hunter grabbed his bag, but it shows they threw his bag away. And under Texas law, you just have to fear for your life. They start hitting.
That's not what Texas law says. You have to have a reasonable, right? A reasonable fear. You can't just say, I fear for my life, and therefore it's okay for me to kill somebody, right? That's not how it works. You have to have a reasonable. Why are they leaving out that key word, right? Reasonable, aka you have to actively be in a situation where a reasonable person would believe that their life is in danger. There are no elements to Carmelo's case thus far that suggests a reasonable person would have believed that their life was in danger in order to justify stabbing a high school student in the chest. Now, the best thing that the defense has presented so far is the size mismatch, right? That's their best defense at this point. Their best defense is Austin was a big scrapping white boy, right? He had about 100 pounds on Melo, right? That's the best defense they got. Because they damn sure don't have any witnesses backing up these claims that these people are making. But again, they're believing random people who have no credibility whatsoever. It gets worse. Let's finish here.
Hitting Carmelo. Carmelo tried to get away, but Austin pulls him in by the hoodie, he says, and they pulled him back under the tent. Austin then put him in a headlock. Carmelo got away, and then you see Austin grab his chest. But all the stuff about Hunter rendering aid, holding the blood in, was a lie because he says the coach grabbed him away and pulled him out of the scene. Now, also on Fox 4, the staff member was saying they edited the photos of Carmelo to make it look like he had no injuries. But in the original photos, you could see his injuries. Carmelo had welts on his face, on his neck, and you could see locks of hair missing. I will keep you updated on this highly contested trial. They're saying they played the 911 footage in court today, and they were saying that they don't know which way this one will go. As you know, I will keep you updated as more information comes in.
Oh, man. I don't get it. I don't understand it. The delusion is crazy, right? So this guy right here, right, their star staff member, right, who claims that he's seen a video that nobody else has seen, by the way, right? Nobody has seen this allegedly very clear video that shows what happened, right? It shows Carmelo getting jumped. Turns out this guy is a full-blown registered sex offender, right? In fact, there's a whole article about this guy, right, that defeats all credibility that he had, which I personally knew that this guy was full of shit when I first heard him talk. But now, again, he's been exposed as a sex offender.
Frisco ISD in Texas has lost its entire mind. A second, not the first, a second registered child schmex offender has been found on the list of individuals who went to view a video of minors via open records request at Frisco ISD. And as a parent, you're not angry enough because no parents were notified of this. Some of you may remember my reporting from last year when I exposed Dwayne Morris Turner, or Morris Dwayne Turner, a man who considers himself an advocate in the circle of Carmelo Anthony supporters, if that tells you anything. Here he is. Yes, he is a registered schmex offender, a Smedo, and is on TikTok. As you can see, he's already been in trouble for not registering when he was supposed to. He also attempted to sue me for discriminating against him for his identity. And yes, he was a viewer of the video via open records request at Frisco ISD in Texas. The video shows footage from the time frame of when Carmelo Anthony poked Austin Metcalf in the heart. Austin Metcalf lost his life that day. However, the video has no evidentiary value since the incident itself cannot be seen in the footage. However, dozens of people, including myself, have seen the video via open records request, media passes, or through unique circumstances.
And this is the same guy that Tariq Nasheed is promoting, okay? And the pro-blacks are sharing as somebody that is credible, right? Let's read this. A little L man is facing a human trafficking charge after police say he drove more than 200 miles to pick up an Austin teen and then took the victim to a hotel to have sex with him. I don't think this guy is a high school staff member, right? I'm just saying, if a high school hired this guy, there's some big problems, okay? A little L man is facing human trafficking charge after police say he drove more than 200 miles to pick up an Austin teen and took the victim to a hotel to have sex with him. The arrest affidavit for Morris Doreen Turner, 45, states police responded to a missing child call around 1 a.m. March 30th. The victim's guardian said he had dropped the victim off at school the day before he had not returned home. The affidavit states the victim returned to school later that day and that another guardian was concerned he now had a cell phone and multiple hickeys on his neck. Wait, what now? Hold on now. Again, we're talking about a child that appears to be a boy, right? A boy, okay? Let's finish. Police were able to interview the victim in April and noted he, quote, appeared to be afraid to speak truthfully about the event. The victim's guardian consented to have police search the home, and police was able to track contacts on the phone to Turner. After the interview, the victim told a guardian that he was being harassed by Turner and that Turner picked him up from school and took him to a Motel 6 in Cedar Park. The affidavit states police interviewed the victim around 2 weeks after the initial interview to provide more information. The victim told police that Turner traveled with Little Elm from Little Elm to Austin to pick him up and take him from Travis County to a hotel in Williamson County. The victim said he fell asleep after Turner tried to make sexual advances on him and that he felt he had been violated while he was asleep. Police say they interviewed Turner, who made several conflicting statements. Turner initially denied meeting the victim, then later admitted to doing so. He initially said he traveled to meet the victim during South by Southwest, then admitted to meeting the victim on March 29th. The affidavit states Turner admitted to taking the victim to his hotel and dropped him off at his school the following day. Turner was arrested September 15th on a felony charge of trafficking of persons and has been booked into the Denton County Jail. Online records state he has been held on a $100,000 bond. Yeah. So again, this happened back in 2017. Now, just so that everybody understands, this is the guy who claims that he saw a video of Carmelo Anthony get jumped by Austin Metcalf, right? Take a good look at his face. This is a picture straight from the Denton County website We have registered sex offenders.
Nasty bastard.
Looks not the same to me, right? Looks like the same guy. Right? Looks like the same guy. Here's another picture. Yeah. This is who they're parading around. This is who they're listening to. This is who the pro-blackity blacks are listening to, right? This is their credible source that saw a clear as day video of Carmelo getting jumped, right? He's a literal predator, right? A predator who apparently traveled 200 miles to have sex with a middle school boy. And again, they're parading around this guy as their credible proof and evidence that Carmelo is innocent. Again, at some point, black people will get tired of being embarrassed, right? At some point, we will get tired of being the laughing stock of the country, right? Let's keep it 100, right? Let's keep it all the way 100. This is why they're laughing at us, okay? So, the same individuals who paraded this guy around as a credible source, now finding out that this dude is likely a predator, okay? They're now coming out here and they're coping with reality, right? They're refusing to acknowledge reality.
Calf trial. Now, people are saying that Morris Dwayne Turner is the man in the video who alleges that he saw a video and claims that 4 people jumped him, to which everybody is divided on the internet. They're saying, oh, all the racists are like, see, this is him. He's a petty, Sam. Take your video down. But based on publicly available information, there does not appear to be any independent, authoritative confirmation that the man claiming to have seen the alleged Carmelo Anthony video is definitely the same person as Morris Dwayne Turner. What has happened is that several social media posts and videos have identified the man as Morris Dwayne Turner and made additional claims about his background. However, search results are primarily Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube posts repeating these assertions, not official court records, law enforcement statements, or reporting from major news organizations.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Yeah, this is straight from the county website. Again, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's right here, my guy. It's straight from the Denton County website. As you can see, right? You can see my URL here, right? I don't know what to tell you, my guy. It looks like the same guy to me, okay? Looks like the same dude to me. Again, the cope is incredible.
That independently verified the identification.
AKA the liberal media didn't tell him, right? He believes everything that the liberal media tells him. He has to have confirmation from the liberal media before he can believe his own eyes, right?
So the most accurate answer is that people online have claimed the man is Morris Dwayne Turner to discredit him. Now, I have not verified that it is him or it is not him. There's no reliable evidence that his identification has been officially confirmed. The material available is largely social media commentary rather than independently verified reporting. So all you racists who are DM me and say, take it down, Sam, take this back, it has not been verified. So until it is verified, we do not know. What do you guys think? Let me know.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yep.
When it is verified, I don't know if you're going to take it down or what, but again, you know, this is what you get when you just parade around randos on TikTok just making up shit, right? This is exactly what happens. It backfires just like this, right? Just like this. So again, like, you know, this is, to me, it's like, my mind is blown, right? As a black person, you don't understand how tired I am of, you know, covering these stories where black people, we just continue to humiliate ourselves, right? Again, it's very clear. It's very evident why, again, we're the laughing stock. Why people are laughing at us behind closed doors, right? It's very clear. It's stuff like this. It's stuff like this. You have a significant amount of it. They're just not living in reality. They come out here and they defend the worst of the worst, right?
going to talk about the black KKK. Today, on the Vince Everett Ellison Show, man, the KKK is back. And you've heard these black Democrats, the KKK is coming back. Jim Crow is coming back. We scared, boss. We scared, boss. Stay after us. Yeah, the KKK is back. But this time the KKK is black. Yeah, we're going to talk about the black KKK today on the Vince Everett Ellison Show. He got a few Oscars for that movie. For the life of me, I don't know what that movie was about. I don't know. Anyway, since the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer draw majority black districts, you have black politicians and liberals out there hollering that the KKK is back. The KKK is back. Question for you. Can black people vote? That answer is in the affirmative. Matter of fact, they vote in numbers higher than white people vote now. If you vote, by definition, you're being represented. But see, these Marxists are very, very smart. The Civil Rights Act of 1965 was not a Civil Rights Act. It was a Marxist Rights Act. Let me tell you how they do it. First, they say, okay, we want equal opportunity, right? And we want an equal right to vote. You say that makes perfect sense, and it does make sense. Equal right to vote, equal opportunity, let's give it to them. Well, you give it to them, and then when they don't see the numbers of black people that they want, because either black people are not competing, their skills are not there, whatever it might be, they say, well, now we want to have equal representation or equal numbers. So how do you get that done? Instead of going out there in the community and convincing your neighbors, black, white, Asian, Jew, Gentile, to vote for you, you say, I want to guarantee that there's a black face in this chair. Whether it be business, whether it be politics. Well, how do you do that? DEI, affirmative action, majority black districts. Interesting. Why would you want that? You know why they want that? Because they have a bunch of black Marxists that they already have in the corral, that they're ready to put in these positions of power to steer politics and business to the exact place where they want them to be. And at the time, these brainiacs in Russia was using racism as the crutch and the wedge issue to get what they wanted. And a lot of white people suffering from white guilt fell for it. And they started putting a whole bunch of black Marxists. You know, they would say, okay, we'll make you a majority black district, right? And they would make these majority black districts, and they have somebody like Jim Clyburn or Benny Thompson, or somebody from the black, or these old guys from the Black Panthers, all up waiting in the wings, where they would give them money. Barack Obama.
What up, Brad? What up, Shaq?
And then have them go into these districts and holler race, black, and get them elected into Congress or into the Senate or into the presidency. They would use these affirmative action programs also get them in business. And these jokers wrecked a whole lot of corporations behind this, man. Put up a whole lot of Marxist stuff. So, finally, when the Supreme Court finally caught on to what was going on.
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
We're not doing this any longer.
Good morning.
And what is their response to this? To tell you the lie that the Ku Klux Klan is back. Hey, man, I don't know if I'm blind or something. I don't know the last time I saw a Klan member walking the street or a Klan rally. Can y'all point it out to me? Well, you don't see them now. They're invisible. They're invisible. Well, they're invisible. How do you know they're here? You're just making it up. But there is a real Ku Klux Klan, and they are the Black Klan. You know why? Okay, they have the same characteristics of the old Klan. Same exact characteristics. What are these characteristics? But the black KKK is violent and ignorant, just like the old white KKK was. They're racist, like the old KKK. They're anti-Christian, and they're anti-American. It's like the old KKK. They're hateful, and they're rebellious, like the old KKK. They're envious and prideful, like the old KKK. They're extra-constitutionalists, which means that they say the Constitution says this, but the Constitution, if we obey the Constitution, we're going to lose our power. So we're going to make sure that we just don't obey the Constitution. We're going to add things to the Constitution that's not there. You know, like the 1965 Civil Rights Act. All this other crazy stuff that they've added, the quotas and affirmative action and DEI.
Didn't earn it.
Feminism. They want to add all that to the Constitution. Extra constitutionalism. They're oppressive. And they're chronic victims. But more than anything else, the one thing that they have most in common with the OKKK is this. They are extraordinarily stupid. These suckers don't know how to they don't know anything but protest. They protested and got these seats and got up in there and just started. And all they was in the chamber protesting. You're supposed to be going back in the back, getting a glass of bourbon, smoking a cigar, sitting down, like gentlemen making policy. Oh no, them suckers in there with bullhorns, screaming. And they say, hey man, chill out, dude, this ain't the place for that. You're supposed to have decorum in a place like this. You're supposed to act like ladies and gentlemen in a place. Oh, not them suckers. No Joseph, no Pete. Dude. This is the House chamber. Chill out on all that. Hell no. That's why you can't have them in there. So these conservatives finally got tired of all of their shenanigans. And they said, look, man, we don't have to just cut up these dishes and run these jumpers out of here. And for all of y'all that said, black people are being disenfranchised and that this is somehow another racist, please understand this. If the black folk in Memphis had been Republican, they would have never cut that district up. So what does that mean? It means it was based on policy and politics, not race. Hear me again. If Memphis had been a Republican enclave, the district would never have been cut up. The district was cut up because it was Democrat and it was Marxist, not because it was black. If the blacks had been conservative Republicans as opposed to Marxist Democrats, the Republican conservatives in Nashville would not have cut up the district. So it had nothing to do with race. Idiots! If you have a Republican black enclave up in Massachusetts, the Democrats in Massachusetts would have cut it up also. Not because it was black, they would have cut it up because it was Republican. Black people still have the right to vote, but no Republican area is interested at all in giving Democrats power in their state. And they shouldn't be. They just shouldn't. So as you people holler about racism, you're liars. You've always tried to use race as a wedge issue to get power. And the Supreme Court has said, you can't do that any longer. And it is a happy day. And I hope these Republican districts cut up every Democrat district they can find. Take over the state houses, take over the Congress, and don't let these suckers ever see daylight again. They are a party of perverts, liars, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, thugs, hoes, and rappers.
Preach. French Beach. I said Beach. Preach, Vince. Preach, Vince. Preach.
They are an evil institution. And for 50 years, they have ravaged this country. They have done more damage than an atomic bomb could do to the United States of America. $30 trillion spent on government programs and the Great Society. 500,000 murders in the past 50 years in inner cities. 60-something million abortions in this country.
The great psychiatrist Carl Jung said, "It is not what happens, it's what I choose to become."
I'm not trying to scare nobody, but we are in danger.
In slavery is a choice. We ask the question, do you choose to be free or do you choose to be a slave?
So you feel like a victim? I'm a victim. I'm a victim of white people. And so are they holding you back financially? To what they can.
Right, they call that maggots. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. I'm all about America. America first. When Trump leave office, I'm going to still be MAGA regardless. I'm going to still rock my hat.
Most black people sit at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America because we still deal with the same slave mentality that says,
Demon
I have
rats.
no choice.
Those of us that now insist that we're no longer being oppressed and that it's ourselves that are now our worst enemies are in fact gullible, naive, and are ignorant of the true reality.
If you walk around saying that you're oppressed, you're not a man. And you're not an American. When you say you're oppressed, I'm saying you're an heir of Jesus Christ, you're a child of God. Nobody can oppress you.
Our religious heritage is rooted in the regrettable experience of slavery. And I'm scared. Scared.
When you talk about the vestige,
You talking about that guy that the Democrats protecting with a real Nazi tattoo on his chest for the last 18, 20 years? You talking about him?
slavery, that is the vestige of it. A mentality that says, I cannot change my plight. I cannot change my life. I have no choice.
The Democrat Party defending the guy that has literally a Nazi tattoo on his chest for about 20 years. They give him all the excuses in the world for this guy. Trump got no tattoos, no ties with Nazism, but yet y'all call him a fascist, a Nazi. And you guys fight for a guy that's a Democrat with a Nazi tattoo. Trump got nothing to do with that, but y'all gonna fight for this guy. Amazing.
The man who says he is free and the man who says he is a slave are both correct. Slavery is a choice. The destruction of an educational system, the destruction of the family, it needs to stop. And I'm glad the Supreme Court had the nerve to do it. Glad they did it. You need to cut up all these Democrat districts.
None of the presidents really serve.
And then hopefully
Hey, Brian, you know, none of the presidents actually served the military. What about Obama? He didn't serve in the military. Joe Biden, 50 years. 50 years a politician, no military. Come on, man.
You can find a way to defund all those northern Democrat states that allow the sanctuary cities, allow 9-month abortion, allow this crazy transgenderism when they're cutting up the private parts.
Amazing.
Yeah, you defund all of them. Shouldn't enable that kind of stuff. These places that run religion out, take away your right to keep and bear arms. Yeah, the federal government should say, okay, if you're going to do that, you'll do it on your own. You won't get any more federal money to go against the Constitution.
Right, I'm saying sure. I know, once again, there are presidents that did serve. Well, people right now in this chat talking about Trump didn't serve. I'm looking like, okay, well, Biden and Obama didn't do nothing. So come on, man, leave Trump alone.
The United States of America, the rights of its citizens? No, we're not going to subsidize it. So hopefully when the Republicans get enough power and get some cojones, they'll do that. And make these northern Democrat states finally fall in line with the Constitution and with the concept of freedom. That's what we want. And that's what we demand.
Yeah, first, Dr. Did. Welcome to the chat named Deunta. I be showing random videos what's going on when it comes to the Democrat Party of BS and corruption. Other than that, give my opinion, my thoughts. Welcome to the chat. Everybody's welcome. No bots. Like, share, and subscribe.
So the black KKK is here. And from where I stand,
We're going to do to the black KKK the same thing we did to the white KKK. Eradicate them. Yeah, eradicate them. After the Civil War and Reconstruction, the KKK was running through the South killing black folks. Ulysses S. Grant, Republican president, signed the KKK Act, the Force Act. You go in there and kill them all. And he stomped them out. So the black KKK is here, trying to stoke racial hatred, revolution, envy, hatred, rebellion, all based on race. Don't want to go into the community and get their white brothers and sisters to vote for them. Sounds just like, okay, I ain't gonna go ahead and ask no Negro to vote for me. I ain't gonna have to walk up to no Negro and ask him for his vote. Yeah, they don't have to go to their white neighbors and say, hey, what's on your mind? Let me know. I'll go up there and I'll work hard for you. We've proven it can be done. We have 5 black senators up in the Senate right now. They're one of the majority black states. Raphael Warnock in Georgia, Tim Scott, South Carolina. Miss Also Brook in Maryland. Miss Blunt Rochester in Delaware. Cory Booker in New Jersey. Yes, they won in majority white districts with majority white states. We have women that have won. So don't tell me it can't be done. You guys who are in these majority black districts are terrible politicians, and you're Marxists, you're troublemakers, you're maligners, you're murderers, you're thieves, you're cowards. You make me sick. And I'm glad the Supreme Court took these districts away from you, and I hope they cut them all up and send you old scoundrels into the ash heap of history. And one of the things I'm happiest about, I'm happy that you old fried chicken, civil rights, marching and begging jokers have lived long enough to see all your work be pulled up and thrown into the fireplace. You wasted enough of our time. I'm glad y'all didn't go to the grave thinking you've been successful. That your Marxism and your lies, that your mocking of God has come to nothing. Yeah, you mock God, but you will not be mocked. Tearing down religions, tearing down families, killing people, murdering children, questioning his creation, saying that you can change your gender and change your sex. You're crazy.
Crazy.
So welcome to the revolution. Welcome to the boomerang. And welcome to the new America, where we are one people, one blood, under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all.
So you guys keep watching, because we ain't done. This is just the beginning. Yeah, we're going to pull back all of that foolishness, all those lies. So y'all keep tuning in to me, because I'm here to wake you up.
Wake you up.
Hope it did you some good here today. Join me again for another edition of the Vince Everett Ellis.
Other people, that's a flat out lie. Who was the founders of the Ku Klux Klan? Democrats. Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the KKK, was a delegate to the 1860 Democratic National Convention. Who wrote the Jim Crow law? Democrat. By the way, Democrats supported segregation and slavery. History books in public school tend to leave that message out. They just go around saying, oh.
This my man Ed from X, as you guys can see. His man be cooking, and he be ranting and raving. So the name of my show is Deunta Raves. I'm letting him do his thing.
White people were slave masters. No, say the right type of white people. Democrat. Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery that the Democratic Party was a part of. You signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which led to freeing the Democratic Party slaves in the passage of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. Oh, they were mad. They were real mad. Even today, they're still mad. Bull Connor, who was one one of the most racist politicians and assistants, Democrat. Democratic entire foundation is built on racism. They embrace it. They support it. They have gone to the point where they are now manipulating the term into convincing you that the Republican Party is the racist. Understand, people? Democrats have created this evil only to turn it against those that are against that evil.
Right, look up, was it SPLC, funding all the Democrat BS, and I just come to find out they part of the KKK, funding the KKK, and probably never switched. I'm probably not saying it right, but just look it up, SPLC, check them out, they bogus.
And it's time to wake up and smell the coffee, people. This isn't rocket science. You have Hakeem Jeffrey, Jasmine Crockett, Cory Booker, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Maxine Waters, who's old enough to understand exactly what the hell the Democratic Party is and how it was founded. You have all these people of color tap dancing, trying to convince you all that the Democratic Party is not the racist one. No, we're not racist. Meanwhile, Barack Obama ain't did a damn thing. He paraded his entire damn campaign.
Beautiful Bill, good morning, good morning.
Oh, he was going to do something
You did something special,
we found out 8 years later he ain't nothing but a puppet. It's time to wake up and read. Us Republican conservatives are not the problem. We're not the issue.
Right, read, not Google. Go to the library, get these books, because Google gonna send us off. Get a book, go to the library.
Keep in mind, people, Democrats have been running this damn country majority of the time the last 50 damn years. How do you think the problems that we're dealing with now was even this?
All that time we take it on our phone to research shit, we can go to the library and get the book itself and read it. Because Google gonna give you only its information. We need to go get our own information from the source itself. Let's go back to the library. Make libraries great again. Once again, make libraries great again. How about that?
Established Democrat for the last 2 years. We've been saying damn near every Democrat candidate, right? From brown peoples to black people, right? That are literally tap dancing. We've been witnessing for the last 2 years. All that Donald Trump is racist. All that MAGA community racist. All those Republicans are racist. Racist. And the history is there. All you got to do is read. All you got to do is read, people. Just read and connect the dots. You see, they bank on you not reading and not connecting the dot because we live in a time where people rather consume their information through 20-second videos. They rather consume their information from people like AOC who's screaming on stage, we're going down to the South and get her. She ain't saying nothing. Just be patient and calm yourself and listen to what these people are telling you, which is absolutely nothing. Nothing. They're not telling you nothing. Kamala Harris' whole entire campaign was nothing about Donald Trump and abortion, people. Donald Trump and abortion. She didn't tell you all anything.
Nothing. No policy.
No solutions. Just problems on top of problems, people.
But man, be cooking. And do your research, man. So you know Abraham Lincoln is a Republican president. Reparation, everything was right there for us. 48 in the mill is right there for us. He gets assassinated.
Brian, I'm saying is make it great again because half of you people don't go. Y'all get your cell phones out and start going what the cell phones say. That's what I'm talking about. We know the library still exists. But at the same time, they're not existing like in abundance like they used to back in the day. Not that many around.
Andrew Jackson comes in presidency. He's a
Johnson.
Democrat. Wiped all that stuff away that Abraham Lincoln had set up for us. Do your research, man. Name's Deunta. Thanks for stopping by. Like, share, and subscribe. Check my man out, Ed. He be on X. They be coming with some stuff, man. Check him out. Thank you.
To share one concrete studio. I'm actually in front of a room full of patriots pouring into people who are ready to fight for faith, family, and freedom in their own communities. It's one of my favorite things I love to do, but I cannot let the day go by without walking with you too. So ahead of time, I sat down and recorded this conversation
just for moments like this. I'd love for you to share.
You believe in Project 2025? Come on, Brian. Really? You bringing up Project 25? That's not good. Oh, man. That's your argument?
Share one concrete thing that you're doing to push back and build something beautiful right where you are. This is part of a...
Trump been talking about Iran since the 80s or the 90s. So there's nothing new with Trump doing. And once again, 4 other presidents been doing the same thing, talking about Iran don't need nuclear weapons. But one of them gave them money.
Movement. And
not both of them.
Your voice in it. This is how the Bible also depicts the fall in Genesis 3. Notice the way Eve's inclinations are described. When the woman saw that the tree was good, the Greek is kalos, so it could also be beautiful. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable to make one wise. Desirable. Note the emphasis on the affections. And interestingly, the affections in relation to wisdom. Wisdom traditionally was understanding that economy of goods. And then virtue is aligning my loves with that economy of goods. Eve was attracted to the fruit. She was drawn to the fruit. The fall came through disordered loves, wherein the woman's affections and inclinations were dislodged from God's wisdom, from God's economy of goods. This is the difference between true beauty and false beauty. True beauty awakens love, and love seeks to surrender itself to the object of its attraction. False beauty awakens lust, and lust seeks to control and dominate the object of its attraction. True beauty attracts, false beauty seduces. It's the difference between the muses and the sirens, right? They both use beauty. One is true because it inspires acts of truth, goodness, and beauty, and thus leads to life. But one is false.
Again,
how do we know?
This Carmelo Anthony shit is more likely than not only going to go one way, bro. The state prosecution that arrested this case and called all these witnesses and pretty much has an ace in the hole with the brother. They did not put the twin brother, the identical twin brother, on the witness stand. Everything that you niggas said was a lie. Him getting jumped, a lie. The videotape showing that he was jumped, a lie. They went over all this shit, and you niggas threw $500,000 behind it.
I'm gonna stay the same, man. I'm not gonna change on you guys. When Trump leave office, I'm gonna still be Deunta. I'm gonna still be MAGA all day, because I believe in common sense. Number one, God is in control. So other than that, I'm not gonna change. God, I got God in me.
His case behind his defense, because y'all wanted to see the nigga win when he was getting dead ass wrong, bro. I'm gonna say this again. Had this been reversed, as where Austin Metcalf killed Carmelo Anthony because he pushed him, you niggas would be screaming murder. You be calling that white boy a murderer, right? But because you niggas are obsessed with race and you only care about it when a white person kills a black person, we're here now. This shit shouldn't even made it to trial, bro. This is one of the clearest fucking open and shut cases of murder ever. All right? Look up the statutes, Texas Penal Code when it comes to murder, and just look up for yourself. You niggas are being zealots, okay? And this is bad. This makes us look bad. It makes us look, you don't even care about the facts. You just want an outcome, right? So, again, when it comes out, the way that it comes out, right? Y'all are going to be mad for what? Like I said, if you're cool with kids killing kids over kid shit, how many times you got in a fight as a kid, right? How many times you put somebody as a kid? Do you think it would have been cool for a person to pull out a fucking knife, stab you in the chest, and kill you on the spot? Of course not, right? Because, again, you niggas are obsessed with this motherfucking race war y'all got in your head. $500,000 y'all wasted, okay? And y'all get behind a kid that killed another fucking kid, bro, over nothing. There is no self-defense here. Don't take my word for it. All the testimony of the kids, even the people that the defense started, the defense witnesses started saying, hey man, nah, this was wrong. All right? Don't take my word for it, go look it up. And shit like this saying, I'm gonna stand behind him regardless even if he did wrong, bro. This don't help black people at all, dog. Anyway, shape, form, fashion. Think about the message
Yep. Let's see what else. Let's let him cook.
The black community largely thinks it's okay to murder white kids and not be held accountable. Why shouldn't I want you oppressed? Why shouldn't I want you discriminated against? Why should you be offered equal employment or equal housing opportunities? Why should I care about redlining and historical atrocities and systemic injustice for a group of people who think it's okay to kill our kids and then not be held accountable for it, right? If you think that our lives are fundamentally less valuable and you're going to choose your own over justice, why should I care about justice for you? Either we all care about the common good or we don't, but I don't care about your victimhood if you admittedly do not care about right and wrong to begin with. You can't be talking about equality and microaggressions and racism and structural reform while also being a bloodthirsty tribal moron. You can't do those two things at once. Viscerally hating white people and wishing them harm and constantly justifying doing harm to them while also asking them to like help you and give you power and like treat you nicer. Yeah, I think that whole thing is just completely over. I don't really think anybody gives a fuck anymore.
Democrats are the party of the poor.
I think so. I think if I were a multimillionaire, I would probably try to see the side of Republicans. I don't know why. Like I said, it's just those stigmas.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. If I know that I'm the party of the poor, what does it benefit me to try to make sure that you're rich?
It don't.
Exactly. And so my policies are going to align with that, keeping you poor. That's why you have systems like the welfare program, where you can't earn over a certain amount or you lose your benefits. I'm going to keep you poor because I'm the party of the poor and I need your vote. Whereas if I'm the party of the rich, I have every incentive to make sure that you become rich if I want your vote. I need to put more money in your pocket. I need you to understand that you can make as much money as you want to.
I should have got that one too.
Place that get out of your way when you're trying to open up your business. You know, I don't need to put a million regulations in place if you're a barber and make it impossible for you to get a license or to go and work in a shop. I need you to make as much money as you can, and I need to step out of your way so that you can be successful. If I'm the party of the rich and I want your vote, if I'm the party of the poor, I have every incentive to keep you poor.
It will feel sorry for the criminal and the murderer more than the actual person who's not with us anymore. The actual victim, they don't care about. Everyone feels sorry for this little monster. I never felt comfortable around you niggas, so I got the hell away from y'all. I think this is a game. Like, oh.
Hey, I like how you got it. I'm a proud coon, creating your own narratives. Oh yeah.
You're just saying this for likes and clicks. No, I'm not even near you niggas. My kids don't go to school with you niggas. This ain't for likes. This is for real. Like growing up, when my friends would come over, hey, my dad would check them at the door. Listen, man, you gotta take that do-rag off. This do-rag ain't allowed here. My dad didn't like do-rags. Because he watches the news. He see who's doing the killing. Take that do-rag off before you come over. And that's all. Like, and you know, when I was a kid, I didn't understand. I'm like, why is dad like this? What's going on with dad, Mom? Why is he tripping? Why is he embarrassing me? My mom sat me down and told me a story. Listen, your dad's seen a lot of things. What do you mean, Mom? What happened? You know, I never told you this, and don't tell your father I told you, but when we were young, you know, we used to party at your dad's house, you know, when we were 16, and his brother had just come home from the military. His brother was older, you know, your father looked up to him.
Hey, this is deep right here, you guys. This finna hit hard. What he finna say? We'll talk about.
He was kind of the protector of the home. Everybody loved him. He was just a great guy. Just came home from the military. You know, and they threw a party for him. Celebrating, everybody celebrating downstairs. What happens? A knock on the door. My father's brother goes up the stairs, opens the door. What is it? A bunch of monsters. You know, do-rag wearing monsters. Yo, we want to come to the party. My father's brother tells him, no, you're not allowed. Nobody else is allowed. We're going to just keep having this party and you guys are going to leave. What do they do? Oh, yeah? Put a gun to his head, shoot him in the head. He falls down the stairs, dies in front of my dad. My dad is traumatized by y'all.
from that moment, man. He just didn't want nothing to do with you. He stayed in Brooklyn a little longer, seen more things happen, and then he got to them books. Yo, I got to get out of here. I cannot raise a family here. It's not safe. It's a reason why people want to get away from y'all. You have an animalistic monster mentality. Nobody wants to be around. Shoot first, ask questions later. That's how y'all move. Y'all don't even fight no more. Ain't no hands, one-on-ones. Y'all just go straight to killing.
Right.
Obviously, it's not all black people. There's a lot of good black people out here. There's a lot of monsters as well. And it's not hard to tell who's who. And that is exactly why Austin Metcalf didn't want that boy around. He was right. Oh.
I'm gonna give you guys a good feel-good story about this one. It's a little feel-good story.
The schools. They were set to play against this private school. So this
is a good outcome right quick, you guys. A little bit different, but it's a good outcome. It's a good story.
Juvenile Detention Center has a basketball team, and sometimes they get to play games at other schools. They were set to play against this private school, and 2 players from that private school felt a certain way about this game. So beforehand, they reached out to other students and parents asking for support during the game. But something took place during this game that no one could have predicted. Gainesville State School is a juvenile detention center in Gainesville, Texas. As a perk of good behavior, sometimes the basketball team gets to play road games, and they normally play against private high schools. During these road games, Gainesville has zero support. No one's there to cheer them on, but they're pretty much used to that. So the day comes. They're set to play against Vanguard College Prep in Waco, Texas. They travel to the school, they get to the locker room, they get dressed for the game. Everything seems completely normal. But the moment they step foot in that gymnasium, this story takes a wild turn. So when they enter the gym, they see people wearing Gainesville Tornado t-shirts. People are cheering for them. They have their own cheerleaders, and they're in complete shock, and they have no idea what's going on. What they didn't realize is that 2 players from Vanguard...
2 white kids looking out for these guys. I'm talking about this race bullshit. 2 kids looked out for criminals, looking for a second chance. And these 2 guys said, hey, they need some audience.
Ben and Hudson organized this so that half of the gymnasium would be there to cheer on Gainesville. Ben and Hudson said they didn't want Gainesville to play this game without any support. So throughout the game, anytime Gainesville did something, the entire stadium was cheering for them. They even cheered for them more so than their own home team. Wow. After the game, the Gainesville players said this meant so much to them and that they'll never forget this. Ben and Hudson said they didn't think it was right for them to play this game knowing the other team never had any type of support, and they wanted them to have a certain experience. Wow. I think it's incredible that Ben and Hudson have this type of empathy at such a young age and had the amazing idea to do this. Big shout out to them. This is such a dope story to me.
Just want to share that with you guys. We are growing.
And it sends you where? Down into the depths. And so it's no coincidence how Christ defines the greatest commandment. Thou shalt love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as...
My thing, you know what you keep on saying about this pedophile shit? You know what's funny? It's the Democratic Party is the party of perverts and pedophiles. Because while in the hell you got these trans people or people want to go into women's bathroom and play in women's sports, only Democratic Party want to do that dumb shit. No Republican Party want to do that, have men in women's sports and go into men in women's bathroom. The Democratic Party is the party of perverts. Y'all want to go to women's bathroom. Y'all are the ones. Y'all know what a woman is. Y'all know what y'all sexuality is. That's stupid as hell. You're born with your parts to separate you from that. If you were born with your chest, your titties, you a woman. If you're born with the male part, you a man. How is that confusing? What the heck? And then if you like another man, doesn't mean you got to pursue that other man because you like it. Because I'm gay because I like the other guy. You might be attracted to the guy, doesn't mean you got to be gay about it. It's like you want to steal something. You know stealing is bad. Don't steal. Same thing when it comes to sexuality BS. Y'all know it's wrong, but you gonna still do it anyway. That's crazy. And then you wonder why consequences are bad. Stop doing dumb shit. Don't act on it. If you act on it, that's when it becomes a problem. Once again, Red and Raven.
As thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. In other words, the heart.
Why in the hell we got Gay Pride Month? That's stupid shit. It should be Veterans Month. Yeah, we talking about gender because you guys are confused. You ain't what the hell y'all are. You a man and a woman. Man and woman together make a baby. Two men can't make a baby. Two women can't make a baby. Simple shit. Once you deny your who you are, then you deny everything else. And that's not cool. That's not trustworthy. You deny who you are. How can somebody trust you? You don't know who you are.
Part of God's commandments is the divine call to love rightly. And we love rightly by ordering our loves in accordance with God.
Facts over feelings.
It's economy of goods. That's virtue. Virtue isn't a checklist. And I could fall into this as a parent. I could fall into that trap very easily. You didn't do this or this or that. That's not virtue. Virtue is not, as Doug Wilson often says, virtue is not getting your kids to conform to the standard. Virtue is getting your kids to love the standard. Virtue is a properly ordered soul, a soul that loves what's truly lovely, desires what's truly desirable, and therefore experiences the fullness of our human flourishing. Forgive me if I get into a little bit of a political example in the United States, but it was really funny and very noteworthy. I don't know how many of you heard about our Vice President, J.D. Vance, in an interview on Fox News. He was explaining our border policy, and he explained it not in terms of economics or logistics. What you're seeing right now isn't just another economic cycle. It's a fundamental shift in how the global system is operating. You got central banks buying gold at record levels, de-dollarization accelerating, and markets reacting to geopolitical instability almost in real time. So the signals are there. People see it. But here's the interesting part. Most haven't actually changed anything. They're still in the same position, still fully exposed to the system. They're watching shift. And that's usually where the mistake happens. Not because people don't understand what's going on, but because they assume they've got more time. And historically, that's not how this plays out. So what we're seeing now is more people starting to reposition, not everything, just a portion. And for a lot of them, that means moving into physical gold. Some are doing that directly, just buying gold and holding it. Others are doing it through their retirement. He said, we don't lock our doors at night because we hate the people on the outside. We lock our doors at night because we love the people on the inside. So father's first order of duty is to love his wife and his children, then his neighbor, then his nation, and only then, after the safety of those have been established, can he extend his concern to those beyond his household. Whether one agrees with that application of ordo amoris to border policy is totally beside the point. What was stunning is that we're seeing a return of that even among our politicians. They're even talking that way. So something amazing is happening here. This is precisely why C.S. Lewis, the great Oxford medievalist, was so deeply critical of modern secular education. I don't know if you've read the book The Abolition of Man. It's hard reading, even in the English, very hard reading, because he uses so many Latin phrases and Greek phrases. We would read through it every year at our school. But he wrote it in the early 40s when World War II was raging in the background. He wrote it actually from, he gave the lectures at the university that I graduated from at Durham. And he identified what he believed was the deepest problem of the modern age. For him, it was education. Lewis observed that what made the world modern, what made it different, what made it what separated it from what happened before was its rejection of what scholars call cosmic piety. This notion, it was everywhere in the ancient world, that the universe was filled with divine meaning and purpose. So in the classical world, everyone understood that because the cosmos was brimming with divine meaning, we were all born into a divine obligation. We were all born into a world of divine obligation. We were all called to conform our lives into a harmonious relationship with that divine meaning and purpose. And that involved cultivating wisdom and virtue. Wisdom and virtue understood the world rightly as a divine economy of goods, and virtue aligned our loves with that economy. What made the modern world modern, according to Lewis, was the absolute rejection of that vision. Enlightenment philosophers deliberately sought to liberate humanity from religion.
Look at this, y'all.
And from tradition, by insisting that the universe was meaningless, it was purposeless, it was simply comprised of nothing more than biology, chemistry, and physics. The world was not filled with divine meaning, the world was simply there. And because of our rising technologies, we had the increasing capacity to manipulate the world to conform to us, rather than we to the world. And here is one of Lewis's most profound observations. He argued in the ancient world, the fundamental question of every educated person was, how do I conform my soul to reality? And the answer was through cultivating wisdom and virtue. The soul bows to the cosmos. The soul is trained, shaped, and ordered by its encounter with the true, good, and beautiful. Modern man inverts that. Modern man asks, how do I conform this meaningless world to my own desires and my own ambitions? And the answer involves power and manipulation, particularly through the mechanisms of modern science, modern technology, modern state. So the soul doesn't bow to the cosmos. The cosmos is bent to the appetites of the self. And I need not tell you, in the United States, we were seeing some really weird stuff coming around with that, with flags and celebrating them. And Lewis identifies a devastating consequence within modern education itself. If you erase the true, the good, and the beautiful as objective values embedded in the cosmos, then you no longer have any eternal values with which to align the human soul. And thus you...
Democracy is a political system in which the people periodically by majority vote at the polls select their rulers. The rulers then have absolute power to make whatever laws they please by majority vote among themselves. In a constitutional republic, the people also by majority vote at the polls select rulers who make laws by majority vote among themselves. But the rulers cannot make any laws they please because the Constitution severely restricts their lawmaking.
These leftists, man, they've absolutely lost their minds. And here is yet another example of it. Nick Shirley was seen walking the streets of New York City. And
what up, Red Hood? What up? What up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Been live for about 2 hours and 19 minutes. It's all good.
I'm going to play this clip for you of the interaction that he had with a leftist who clearly and obviously doesn't like him. Let's jump into it, shall we?
Yes, you have. I've seen your videos. Hey, you too. How did I frame it out? There's a bunch of racists over here. Fuck you.
You didn't say silence. Meanwhile.
Yeah, that's what obey. I'm listening. Hey, how am I racist or homophobic? What do I got to pull up 90 clips of you? Me saving taxpayer dollars? Saving taxpayer dollars. You know what, man? Fuck you. And get out of New York. Stay in Florida. Where you from? Where you live? you too. Seriously, fuck you. You're it's really smart to have a bodyguard. It's really
Damn. He want to take Nick out because he disagree with the man? That's sad. That's that leftist shit. Violence, because they disagree.
But there are crazy people like me that don't like racists. That would do something right. That would do something. Oh my God. You want to pull 9 clips from you? One clip.
You said watch the Schindler's List and the Piano List. Those are not accurate movies to watch or documentary. Why we watch that? That's what that movie called Colors. That's what that movie called Color with all the 3 black women supposed to be astronauts, whatever they supposed to have done. You know, some of them scenes wasn't real scenes, obviously. Like when she said Tahaji Jackson Pence, whatever her fucking name is, the actress, she was like mad they didn't drink the coffee or something like that. She made the coffee every day. And I guess the white employees didn't drink the coffee. And they made that at a scene in the movie. That scene never happened. That was a lie. So you can't trust these movies, man. Thanks for the super chat, Ascending. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. $10, man, I really appreciate it. Thank you. God bless. Blessings. Thank you. Let's continue. Thank you for that.
Hey, Shirley, there's no racism over here. I'm gonna save you money. Fuck you. I'm gonna save you money. You don't have to see us anymore.
You watching a movie and you say the movie's accurate? Oh, wow.
That's the way you framed it. That's the way you framed it. Sure is.
How you gonna say that movie is accurate? I'm a comic book fan. And when it comes to these movies, and the movies don't even follow the comic book. So how is it that accurate? I never heard a movie being accurate like that.
Things that fall through the cracks sometimes. It's not the way you frame it.
I'm gonna check it out.
What do you Vital Society? Okay. I want you to go and see any leftist organization. Show them my photo. They'll let it away.
Yeah, that does make a whole lot of sense. You said go into any leftist organization and show them his photo, and they'll know exactly who he is. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense, for sure.
Frankly, basketball game is walking the dog. You want me to build it? My dog's fine. Yeah. You guys bring yours on. Look at the dog. He's afraid of him. We want to say hi? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley? Oh my God, what? Give me one example there. Oh my God. Give me an example.
Actually, that dog was like walking towards Nick, like happy. You know what I mean? Like you saw the tail wagging and everything.
Silence and obey. Silence and obey. Don't he want the weird? Why don't you? Yo, someone's gonna fucking find you. I promise you. For what? Someone's gonna find you one day. Thank you. Crazy psycho.
Forgot my mic was muted. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he was doing the, Charlie Kirk thing, pointing at the throat.
Crazy psycho. Thank you very much. Man, I love your work. Thank you. You're awesome.
It's good that he has security now, though, because for a while there, Nick was just walking around by himself and a cameraman, and that was it. Which obviously, as we know, very, very dangerous to do with these leftists, because as much as they want to try to claim that we are the violent and hateful and all of this other stuff, individuals is actually...
Ascending again. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I don't ask for it. I'm going to show accept it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Actually, them. they're the ones who are perpetuating the violence. I mean, you even saw it there with that guy. He was like, you're lucky you got a bodyguard with you, right? And it's like, why? You know, but I think it goes to show that their ideas don't stand up to debate, and it's why they resort to violence. It's part of the reason why Charlie Kirk isn't here. I mean, if you thought his ideas were trash, debate them. Prove them wrong. You couldn't. They couldn't. And so they resorted to violence, and that's all they ever do. It's all they ever do, resort to violence. And then, you know, these Democrat politicians always want to both sides of this thing. Well, it's both sides. No, it's not. It's a bunch of crap. It's a load of crap. It is not both sides. Show me the video clips of Republicans out here harassing or assaulting Democrats. Show me. Show me. And don't tell me there's no footage, because we've all got phones and cameras. There's cameras everywhere. So don't tell me there's no footage. Show me the footage of these individuals on the right assaulting Democrats. Show me. You can't. They don't exist. They don't exist. The only thing that they have is January 6th. That's all they go back to. January 6th, January 6th, January 6th. It's the only thing they can go back to. But we can provide examples on a daily basis of leftists either being violent or promoting violence, as you heard with that gentleman there. It's a shame. It really is.
He holds like a finger gun up to the bottom of his chin, like you're going to get shot.
Yeah, he said somebody's going to find you, then does this and walks away. And obviously these people, the reason why I actually went back and confronted this guy is because he yelled across the street from me, you're going to get kirked next. That's what he yelled at me. So I said, well, we can't let these people push us around. Like, we have to stand up for yourself. You cannot just let these people think they can say that stuff. So I went back over across the street to talk with him, and then you see the interaction right there. And he can't even give one single example about why he says I'm Islamophobic or racist. But he does just do a lot of yelling, obviously, and can't give any example, and then obviously does this at the end as well.
So he begins your interaction, Nick, by saying you're going to get kirked next. And then at the end of your interaction, he suggests you're going to get shot with his hand. He says to you in that interaction, show my photo to any leftist organization, and they'll know who I am, as though he is someone of some consequence. So have we found out who is this man?
Yeah, I have found out who this guy is. He's actually an immigration lawyer here in New York City, down by Chinatown, apparently. And like he said, he's very well known in all the leftist organizations. If you show his face, he's obviously involved. I even had a buddy who's also sent me an email saying that this guy had also threatened his life as well. Wow. Like, this guy's he's a radical.
And he's an immigration lawyer in New York City.
Yes. From what
Incredible. Incredible. Here's the thing, Nick. I saw this video, and I don't know, I think it struck me like, this is insane. The place we are getting on a daily basis and on a multitude of stories, we're getting to this tribalistic, insane perspective. But then in the course of talking to you, you're always a calm guy, Nick. I would imagine this isn't the first time this has happened to you. Since you first put out your report about what was going on in Minneapolis last Christmas, I imagine this might be fairly regular.
Yeah, I mean, it happens every time and time. I mean, I get approached by hundreds of people when I'm in New York City, and this was just one guy who went absolutely crazy. I walked out of the subway, and literally he started yelling at me, and then he said, "I'm going to get kirked." So then I went and said, "No, we can't let these guys say this stuff. We can't let these guys bully us." And so I went and confronted him again. And these people have nothing to stand on. Like, they can't give you a single example. They are literally radical. Like, it's actually kind of dangerous.
It is very dangerous. And I understand why, a lot of us folks on the right would rather just be silent. And I remember in a video before this past election, letting you guys know, like, just because you don't see a bunch of yard signs wherever you live, because there are places where people just don't want to be messed with. And so you're not going to see the Trump sign in the yard. You're not going to see anybody with the Trump hat or a Trump shirt, but you best believe they're showing up. And I always go back to something that Trump said many, many years ago, and he said the silent majority. The silent majority. He was right. There is a massive look at what happened. I mean, look who's in the White House, right? with all of the hoopla and, oh my goodness, crying and yelling and protesting and marching in the streets, you would have thought that Democrats would have this thing locked down with some of the photos and videos that they were putting out. Look at the mass of people. It's everywhere. Look at this protest, the No Kings protest all across the country. We got protests everywhere. Millions upon millions of people. Look at this. You would think they have it locked down, but in reality, they don't. They're just a loud minority. And a lot of us folks on the right would just rather be silent and show up on election day because individuals on the left are dangerous. They're violent.
Yeah, yard sign. Yep.
And it's just easier.
A sign. Triggers them.
I personally wish it wasn't that way. I personally wish we would all stand up and be loud and proud about, who it is that we support. Because then
subscribe. Thank you guys. We are growing. We're growing. Thank you.
More of them than there are of us. And maybe, just maybe, they would chill out. Maybe. Not saying that it would happen, but maybe. Y'all can let me know in the comment section what do you think, or do you think just we all get harassed, right? They don't care. They would just harass every single one of us. Y'all let me know, man. Y'all let me know. I think it would be cool, though, for every single one of us to just be loud and proud, always, about who it is that we support. I know I am. Anybody that knows me, like, you already know.
Ladies and gentlemen, with Nithya Raman, the nobody socialist mayoral candidate, pulling ahead of Spencer Pratt miraculously and defying all mathematic and statistical logic, President Trump is telling everybody to watch the election closely. And I wonder why. Could it be that the federal government under Trump has been watching, waiting, and collecting evidence and is ready to strike and shock the world? Well, I've been saying that for a couple days now. There is most definitely something brewing in California that is, at the very least, very interesting. And what really solidified it for me was this post from Spencer Pratt, who's been very, very quiet as this whole saga has been unfolding. He said almost absolutely nothing about the very obvious, blatant, rampant fraud in California, which is little by slow stealing his election night victory away from him. But now we have this post, which is very cryptic and very interesting, where he said, remember, everyone, we are still in the lead. And we've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. Then he says, they're not the only ones who know where to find votes. And this really took the world by storm. What exactly did he mean by that? And why has Trump repeatedly told us all to watch California? Is something about to happen? Well, let me break down.
Right, ascending. We don't need social media to get the information that we need. Either we already lived it, or once again, we go to the library.
For you guys, what's been revealed over the weekend, and you be the judge. Now, before we get started, smash that like button and subscribe. If you guys are on Medicare or your family's on Medicare, then give our friends at Chapter a call. People in my audience have repeatedly told me that they called Chapter and they were able everybody talking. See, because Nithya Raman, this nobody socialist that nobody had ever heard of before,
never heard of him,
destroyed on the debate stage, who was polling in the absolute toilet, was losing big on election day, has somehow managed to defy all statistical probability and has accumulated votes in such a way that would be like winning the Powerball every single day since the actual election on June 2nd. I mean, this is absolutely nonsense. We know that Democrats do, in fact, typically vote more by mail than Republicans. So we would expect to see Republicans get more votes on election day and Democrats get more votes after election day. But what we're seeing is the third place candidate surging, while the first place candidate, who's also a Democrat, remains largely unchanged. And that just makes no sense. The only thing I can kind of see is that people that vote by mail are not going to vote for Spencer Pratt. So the third place candidate is going to get all those anti-Karen Bass votes, from the mail-in ballots. And so you're seeing a surge of largely Democrat voting blocks that are split between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman, and Spencer Pratt's not even in the question. That I can understand, but not at this level. This just does not make statistical sense. Because the same thing would have been true in the early votes and the election day votes, where Democrats are split between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman, and the math just ain't mathing. So we've got to figure out where this anomalous surge is coming from, and Spencer Pratt has dropped us a bombshell. He says a net swing of more than 43,000 votes since Tuesday. 43,000, huh? Where have I seen that number before? Probably nothing. And then he posts an attachment here, this image, which is an article titled, "Why Are There So Many Homeless People in LA?" And there's a highlighted section here that says 43,699 people experienced homelessness on any given night in the city of
that
LA.
same exact number.
So he's saying there's a correlation here between the 40,000 votes that Nithya Raman has received and the amount of homeless people in LA. Well, that made me think of something. That reminded me of the post from Bill Asaley, who is investigating the California election as we speak. If you remember, on June 5th, he highlighted the fact that, yes, there is evidence of election fraud in California. Here's a case we charged last month. More investigations are underway. And he
Let me play this for you guys again.
All right, come on. Got something for you. Let's go to work. All right, let's get to work. 1,000 votes away from Pratt. Stack those ballots harder, faster. Let's go.
Auto pen.
Harder, faster. We're 60,000 behind on Pratt. Move those ballots. Fuck you, Pratt. This is mine.
Brad.
This is the reality we face every election year. One way or another, this has to stop.
All right, come on. Got something for you.
Subscribe.
He tweeted a post from Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, who was highlighting the agree to a plea deal from Brenda Lee Brown Armstrong, who was caught paying homeless people to register to vote. So are the dots starting to connect here? Let's just recap for a second. We have Spencer Pratt, the candidate who ran on exposing the homeless industrial complex, highlighting an article that shows the number of homeless people in LA correlates directly with the number of votes received by Nithya Raman, while the U.S. attorney investigating the election is highlighting a case where someone was arrested for paying homeless people to participate in the election. Are you starting to see what I'm seeing here? Now, it gets better because we have people on the inside who are working on the election, who are observing the election, highlighting the fact that in California, they have a complete and total loophole on these mail-in ballots that allow for fraud like you wouldn't believe. See, in California, if you want to send in a mail-in ballot, you're supposed to sign it. And that is your affidavit, your signature, which they use to check against your signature on file when they receive it.
That's why you need your ID, driving license or state ID, because it has your signature. I've been saying that for months on my chat, in my videos. That's why IDs are needed, and not just because of your photo, it's your signature.
To verify the signature on the ballot. Well, in California, apparently, if you can't sign for whatever reason, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to sign your own ballot. You can just put a little dot, an asterisk, a line, a smiley face even, and then have a witness sign on this line right here. Which means that if you wanted to send in a fraudulent ballot, you don't even have to attempt to match the verified voter's signature to cast a fraudulent mail-in ballot. You can put a smiley face and then sign anyone's name in the witness line, and then they'll accept it because they don't even check the witness signature. There is no verification. They don't validate the witness signature at all. So you can put anything in the affidavit section of the actual voter. And as for the people that create fraudulent ballots and try to actually match the signature to the one on file, in California, specifically in LA, they only have a 40% accuracy on the automatic signature check. They check them by machine and they can adjust the sensitivity of the signature matching. And apparently, it is being set at 40%, which means it only needs to match 40%, which means it doesn't need to match at all. And so I think that Bill Asaley is on the ground, on the inside, gathering the evidence. You have people that are acting as whistleblowers inside the ballot processing center, reporting all this back to the DOJ. And it seems like we're being simultaneously told two things. One, that they are using homeless people to manufacture votes, and two, that they are using illegals to manufacture votes as well. This is the most recent post from the U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, who is actively investigating the California election. And remember, he used to be a member of the California Elections Committee before he was kicked off for exposing all their corruption and trying to advocate for election integrity measures. This is a guy who knows where all the bodies are buried. This is a guy who knows how the system works inside and out. And he is now actively investigating, getting whistleblowers to hand him evidence to pursue charges against the fraudster. So here's what he had to say. California allows first-time voters to register using forms of ID that Americans would find surprising, including a gym membership card, an employer ID card, a credit or debit card, prescription drug label, insurance card, all of which can be obtained by an illegal alien. On top of that, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions. This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each ballot. So we've got Spencer Pratt, Trump, and Bill Asaley dropping cryptic message after cryptic message. But I want to come back to one final piece of the puzzle, which was pointed out by our good friend CanCon, who says, just a quick refresher, remember all that 2020 talk about Smartmatic? Smartmatic being the election company, which was exposed by Sidney Powell, that it originated in Venezuela under Hugo Chavez, then was spread across Latin America and into the United States and Europe to rig elections. It was created with that sole purpose. Well, CanCon brings up a very important point. Smartmatic is used in exactly one location in all of America, and that is LA. And we've talked about this before, but this is the machine component. California has largely codified into law a lot of the cheating that we're seeing right now, like ballot harvesting, relaxed signature verification, mass universal mail-in voting, drop boxes everywhere. All of that's codified into law, and it would be very difficult to prosecute somebody for just participating in the election in the way that the law prescribes in the state of California. However, when it comes to jurisdiction of the federal government, that is where the machines come in. See, because since 2017, election infrastructure has been designated as part of U.S. critical infrastructure. That includes voter registration databases, voting machines, election management systems, polling places, all election-related IT systems. And because all of this infrastructure is designated critical infrastructure, it falls within the scope of CISA. The voting machines, the Smartmatic election equipment, and all of the critical infrastructure in California, specifically in LA, is under active surveillance by the cybersecurity and
where it is hot. Literally, it's 115 degrees out here, and they are finding so many discrepancies in the 2020 election.
There are forms of evidence in the 2020 election about the drop boxes that for example, Maricopa County said that they had over 923,000 ballots that were
Rage
dropped
Against
off
the
in the
Machine
drop boxes.
Target commercial.
However, documentation can only account for 189,167 ballots, which means that there's a deficit.
Did Trump bogus, man. We voted for Trump in 2020, and I knew he won. I knew it, but over the next day, all of a sudden he lost. Crazy. Now the truth coming out. Arizona, Fountain County, Georgia, truth coming out.
Of 733,000 ballots. That's right. Over 733,000 ballots are unaccounted for. So what have we learned? We learned that the big lie is that this was a secure election. I'm sorry, it was not a safe and secure election. We have so many problems with our process that need to be followed through, and laws need to be adhered to and complied with. All of this evidence has been turned over to the Attorney General. Oh, by the way, every Democrat voted no in committee.
So some of the findings, 10,000 voters were added to the voter rolls after Election Day and casted a ballot in 2020. More than 74,000 mail-in ballots don't have evidence that they were even sent out. The election server was breached. Remote access was available. The access logs were wiped in March. Original and duplicate ballots were not marked and cannot. Be verified. The number of votes certified does not match the total bound, and the total number that Joe Biden supposedly won by was just about 10,500.
I kept looking at this.
I'm reading the chat about the Rage Against the Machine. I don't know what y'all talking about, but what I'm reading is they don't like both Democrat or Republican from what I'm reading. So I don't know what the argument is.
Because it seems very odd. And in the bottom right-hand corner.
That's why we need IDs to vote in every state, not just the red states. Because Illinois, y'all let us go ahead and vote without using our IDs. Gave us our name and address. Gave you guys our name and address, but we should have had IDs as well. Because look at this trash right here. Election integrity was bogus in 2020.
Corner was a yellow banner. And I got into a position where I could see the yellow banner, which said low confidence. Then I started paying much closer attention to the signatures, thinking this didn't even make sense to me because the signature on the ballot that was being compared to other signatures didn't even resemble in any way what they were comparing it to. They were completely illegible. They were just scribbles on the ballot. And there were 5 screeners screening low confidence ballots for an entire afternoon that I was in there. And I asked Celia what the low confidence said, and she said just not to worry about that, that this was a new program that they were testing.
Boris Epstein says that he's hearing the discrepancy in ballots is multiple of that. Senate audit team needs is the Splunk logs, the routers, the passwords. The county still refuses to comply and give those up.
The Wednesday before the Friday that we quit voting, so 10 days before they quit tabulating, they thought they were done. And then more truckloads of ballots would come in, and I'm like,
make sure you guys like and subscribe, everybody. Sharing this with you guys. This came from X, as you can see, and it's not showing in mainstream media, but I'm going to show it.
how can you not know how many ballots are still out there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Would you repeat that?
Yeah.
They thought they were done.
They thought they were done
and then
multiple times.
There was what?
Multiple times. The people that were running the rooms thought they were done or almost done or were going to be done Wednesday morning, then Thursday morning, then Friday morning. Then it went on the whole next week. And I'm like, I asked the question, I'm like, you don't know how many ballots are still left to come in?
The federal government also should not be investigating citizens who are speaking out about the government. What is that? That's the biggest infringement on our First Amendment that we have seen ever. This is a legitimate concern for a lot of people. It's not conspiracy theory like they say it is. There is serious evidence, and they refuse to come forward to prove it wrong. They just say, no, it's wrong. It's false. Chairman Jack Sellers of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors actually released a statement where he literally just said, no, you're wrong. Didn't explain why. That's what they've been asking for. They're asking for answers as to why they're finding these things, what they can do to make sure that they're doing it correctly. And Maricopa does not want to help them. They do not want to tell them the truth. They don't want us to find out what happened on November 3rd.
With the forensic analysis, looking at these 147,000 mail-in ballots. And what is at issue here? There's a couple of key things. Here's the two key things is, were there counterfeit ballots? 6 affidavits. Now, we had 4, now it's 6. 6 affidavits of veteran election officials are alleging that up to 30,000 of these 147 ballots are fake. Somebody printed them up on a machine and ran them through the vote counting machines. They're not real. They're not attached to anybody. They have 4 pieces of evidence for this. None of these are going away. None of these can be explained. Number one, they're on different paper. What kind of paper are they on? Why isn't the same paper that everything else is on? Number two, they're not folded. Well, what do you mean they're not folded? In order to get an absentee ballot, you have to get it in the mail, which means that the Department of Elections in Georgia machine folded the ballot. You can't have a ballot in an envelope that you mail back or Dropbox back that's not folded. You either got it folded or you sent it back folded or both with an envelope. So why aren't they folded? Number three, you've got
good detail.
Exact bubble mark on the ballot, the same one for upwards of 30,000 of these ballots. 97% of them voting for Joe Biden, 97% voting for John Ossoff. And the fourth thing is the affidavits say that these the bubble marks are not made by an ink pen or a pencil, that they're made by a machine. These are the things that they're going to look at. Now, they did an analysis batch.
These Democrats love falsifying records and signing shit. Same thing with Joe Biden, auto pen. Come on, y'all. We gotta do better. We gotta do better with this in election integrity and authority. We gotta do better and vote better.
Of 950 military ballots, 950. I want you to grasp what the findings are. And this is a matter of public record. Nobody made this up. Out of a batch of 950 military mail-in ballots, Joe Biden got 950 votes, Trump 0. That's 100%. That is virtually impossible.
Impossible.
To have happened. Not only that, they were in sequential order. That's also impossible. That means that every ballot that came in the mail is somehow in exact sequential order.
That's crazy. Not one. Just want to share it with you guys. I didn't rant and rave too much, but the facts is right there. The information is right there, you guys. Like and subscribe. Once again, I'm here to share. Like and subscribe. Here to share. Rant and rave.
You can defend yourself with these. You can defend yourself in a different type of way. You don't have to go get a weapon and say, oh, well, I'm just going to somebody. Now, because you chose somebody, you're about to face a trial that could have you in jail for life, possibly. Like, think before you do stuff. That's why conflict resolution should be a thing taught in schools. You have to think. You cannot sit up here and say,
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to get a weapon. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. No, but you also have to think about the consequences that you face if you choose to somebody. You know what I'm saying? And then
white people, Asian people, Spanish people, Latina, whatever you call it, Indians. I just feel like I have to reassure you, you are not crazy. Black people have completely lost the plot. Ever since we let this Democrat, Barack Obama, in the White House. Black people want to live in a world where they can do as they please without consequence. That's not going to happen.
Right.
You are going to have to face the consequences if you do the crime. This kid stabbed someone's child at a school event and in cold blood. And you're not getting the picture. This is an open, shut case. There's nothing to talk about. If somebody did that to your son, forget jail. You want him dead. What don't you understand here? What is wrong with you? You can't, people, and come home and play PS5. Oh, but he was scared. He was nervous. Oh, I hope he's scared of the niggas he's about to have to deal with in jail. You all should be afraid to go to jail. Before you do stupid you should think twice. He didn't. Now you got to suffer the consequences. Blacks, you either fight like a man or you run like a bitch, but you don't stab somebody's son.
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. This brother is absolutely right. They could have handled it. They could have handled it with the fisticuffs. Based off of the evidence that has come out, just based off of the evidence and based off of the testimonies thus far up to this point, it sounds like young Carmelo wanted to do this.
Right. So when he touched him, he could just punch him in the fucking jaw. Bam! Punch him in the jaw. No, you want to just stab it. You want to stab. Come on, man. He could have punched him in the fucking jaw, man. And then ran or something. Punched him in the jaw and ran. No, you want to do stab. Now you the victim. Get the fuck out of here.
He was hoping for someone to push him in a way that he could take things to a level, escalate things to a deadly level. That's what it sounds like. I'm glad to see that there is a plethora of Black people out there that see this for what it is. This young man made a very poor decision. Very poor decision. Took someone's life, and he has to suffer the consequences for it. Now, I think he's received some very, very bad advice. I don't know how true it is, but I did hear that they offered him a plea deal a while back. He was advised not to take it by Dominique Alexander of the Next Generation Action Network and a few others. That's what the word is on the street. And a lot of the reason why I believe they did that is because they've generated so much money off of this case in this situation that they are willing to sacrifice this young man because he's going to jail and he's going to be convicted of that first degree. The question isn't, is he going to jail? It's how long? How long? That is the question. Are they going to give him life? He could see up to 99 years. Is that what he's going to receive? Who knows? Because he is a young man. But there is a difference. Had he took the plea, maybe something lesser, where the max would have been 20 years in comparison to taking this thing to trial and potentially getting 40, 50, upwards to 100 years. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's keep going.
Why do people believe that Carmelo Anthony is innocent?
He was not an aggressor. Carmelo was not an aggressor. He was minding his damn business when the boys came up to him.
Read the crowd. Read the creed. Carmelo Anthony will not free. Read the crowd.
They cited Carmelo and his family.
main reason that people think he's innocent is, well, because of his race, and people are mainly just siding with him due to that and just making it a race issue. However, the reason why he isn't innocent is because he did premeditate this. If you guys don't know, he said, touch me and see what happens, and then stabbed him. So he knew he was going to stab Austin Metcalf. And plus, self-defense, because he's trying to claim self-defense, is using reasonable force to protect yourself. This is not reasonable. He got pushed one time and then grabbed a knife and stabbed him. That is not proportional at all when it comes to protecting yourself. But what are your thoughts about this situation?
It's definitely not proportional. And that was the issue. People kept trying to justify, if it would have been a swing, hey, you push, you throw a punch, okay. But a nudge to a stabbing, come on, bro, you escalated this thing 10x what it was. And he's going to suffer the consequences for it. The brother that started this thing off, he said it. There are going to be a few people in there. They're going to rough him up while he's in there. They're going to rough him up. And everybody knows that he's got money. Everybody knows that them books is going to be lit. Everybody knows that. They'll probably be trying to extort him and other things, while he's in prison in that Texas penal system. But for the life of me, I don't understand. I don't understand why you have people out here willing to defend this. But they're out here. Check this out.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black...
Wait, is that a twist-off bottle of wine right there?
Yeah.
What is going on? Hold on. Let me rewind it. I'm sorry, guys.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black.
Put the drink down. Put the drink down. Then you outside with all black on, about to be drinking that bullshit, about to be sweating hot, stinking, smelling like alcohol, tripping.
Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother. So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain.
Then why not just say you're a mother? You said that I'm a black mother, I'm an African American.
Right, who gives a fuck about all this shit? What's your point? We see that you're black. You wearing a black outfit, your skin. Come on, America.
Mother, and then you decided to say, you know what? Let me make a differentiation.
What color are you then? What the fuck?
Let me separate that. I'm just a mother first. Come on, man.
So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day,
don't send no prayers.
I don't know, folks. You know what?
Don't send no prayers.
Like, okay.
I don't want her to be praying for me. She is not a child of God talking like that. That's not a child of God. That's a demon talk. That's the problem. We as people cannot be thinking and acting like this. Wrong is wrong. Period. This race shit gotta end. Period. If we start talking about race, I guarantee you the world will be a better place. America will be a great place. Stop talking about this stuff happened in the past. It's over with. It's 2026. Reparation was there for us as Black Americans. Abraham Lincoln had it out for us, but he got assassinated. Andrew Johnson turned it down, flipped the table on it. So reparation was there. But they ain't gonna teach you that in history, though. Not in school. They gonna teach you everything else negative. But when it comes to Abraham Lincoln, they gonna teach you all the negative stuff. Reparation was there. Do your research.
What did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kids.
He shouldn't have been on that side of the tent. He should have been with his team or with his school, period. He shouldn't have been over there.
Then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22. If my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, well, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race.
It's not about race. But
no, it's not.
These ignorant people out here that want to make everything about race. And this stems all the way back. You go back to Barack Obama and things have seemed to just deteriorated. And I've talked to plenty of Black people, obviously, Well, maybe not, obviously, but I've talked to a few, and I'm concerned because I have conversations and converse with white people, and I never have heard, a white person say, man, these black folks, man, this, that, and the third. But you can't almost not talk to a black person that says similar things. Man, these white folks, man, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, folks ain't even concerned with folks like that. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But this lady right here, with her bottle of her bottle of wine in her hand at a protest. Lord have mercy, help these people. Seriously, we're gonna stand for mine, even when you know he's wrong. That is wrong. The problem right there. You're still going to defend. I'm not saying you shouldn't love him. I'm not saying that you shouldn't pray for him. But when you know he's wrong, you're still, no matter what, you're going to stand on the line just because that's your son, just because you think he's black, whatever the case may be. That's what's wrong. That is what's wrong with these folks, man.
Odd that Carmelo Anthony was sitting under another school's Team 10. Witnesses also said that 17-year-old Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony, who he didn't know, to leave. One student testified that Anthony was asked to leave roughly 15 times.
15 times? 15 times, and you're blown there. Wow.
Prosecutors say the confrontation escalated when Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. Jurors were shown grainy surveillance footage that appeared to show this physical confrontation just lasted a matter of seconds. Anthony has pleaded not guilty to murder. His attorneys argue that he acted in self-defense and out of fear. Now, one of the key exchanges today came from
15 times told to leave. And he stood his ground. What ground? Here we go with somebody tweaking in the chat. Come on, John. Hey, John, are you doing any research? Have you read the transcripts of the trial? Are you watching TikTok, 10-second TikTok videos? Because this breaking it all down. Melo was bogus.
From an 18-year-old track athlete.
Any school ground, any weapons is not good, period. He don't belong in the tent. That's not his school. If you're talking to me, I'm 43 years old. I'm not a kid. And I got 4 boys. And I'm married. Who is this guy? Who is John? Hey, get John up out of here, man. I'll get him out of here. Talking stupid, man. Get up out of here.
Who knew both Anthony and Metcalf. Let's bring you to that back and forth. The prosecutor asks, was Austin starting to get mad? The witness says he was getting defensive. Someone we didn't know was in the tent. He's always leading. He's always protecting us. Prosecutor asks, after that.
That's the problem. I guess John must be black. So he see a black young man guy going to jail. He feel that he's innocent. No, the black kid bogus. The parents too.
Carmelo said, you will have to move me. Austin put his hand on his back. I saw Carmelo's hand go in the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there. Carmelo said, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke him. Then what happens? The teen witness says Austin put his hands on him and then falls back. The prosecutor asks, how was Austin trying to move him? The witness replies, it was him.
And this is the friend's testimony. This is Austin, Carmelo's friend, supposedly. He's supposed to be Carmelo's close friend or whatever, testifying, saying that Melo was bogus.
Trying to move him off his seat, a soft shove. What did Austin do? The witness then said, I see a hole in his chest and blood. He starts screaming for help. We're told from reporters inside the courtroom, meanwhile, that the medical examiner is testifying right now. Metcalf's family has stepped outside the courtroom so that they don't have to hear this. Meanwhile, Anthony, who is charged with murder, faces up to life in prison if he is convicted, John.
Brooke Taylor reporting from Texas. Brooke, thank you.
Yeah. Dude's going to jail, man. That was the witness that the defense called. His own witnesses are testifying against him. Dude's done, man. He's cooked.
See, I consider myself to be a Christian woman. And I'm not perfect by any means. I sin just like everybody else do. Because the level of hate that I have for that alone, I believe that it will send me straight to hell. Because
you got to work on that, sister. We don't need to hate. We can dislike.
Right, dislike, disagree. The word hate, man, you gotta stop doing it. That's the problem now. Love.
Cannot approve, but don't hate.
It's cases like Carmelo Anthony's that really truly send me into a nigga hating frenzy. The mindset of you truly need to be studied. You see, something told me not to react initially because a lot of things about this case just off the rip didn't even sound. And one thing about our people, we are just so emotional. The best way to get us stirred up is to make it about race because we are the biggest racists. And with it, we play the victim mentality card. Something always has to happen for us to misbehave, and it's because we're black. Nothing just happens to supersede that. All the facts that we can literally just shove in your face will go literally out of the window because you were violated, because you were black. See, I truly believe that boy had all the intentions on somebody that day. Because here's the thing, you are a whole track star. You know how things are ran and how things go. But yet you chose to go to the opposing team's side with a backpack and a weapon. Why are you there with a backpack and a weapon? Now, these folks asked you 15 times to leave from their side. You refused to go. Instead, you make a threat saying basically go around and find out. And you mean to tell me that nothing about this was premeditated? You was ready to use whatever you had in that book bag. Even with this boy shoving him. You could have just beat his ass or stuck him, something. But no.
Didn't I just say that?
Because you reached inside that book bag and you stuck this boy in the chest.
Right, you had time to punch him at least twice before you stabbed him in the chest.
There's too many opportunities for him to turn around and walk away from the situation.
15 times? You could have left 15 times ago.
But no, he really wanted to harm someone. And all because this boy pushed you, you felt like it was an opportunity for you to somebody. Now you want to claim self-defense. And you dumbass is sitting.
Right, you stab somebody that has no weapon. You the victim, but yet you the aggressor with a knife and stab somebody. How in the hell does that work? Come on, Democrats.
You up here saying that a boy, a human being, was worth losing his life over a push. See, in black culture, self-control is really scarce. We see it every day. We fight in all types of places, like churches. We fighting on fairgrounds. We fighting everywhere because they don't have self-control. Nothing about that situation at all is screaming self-defense. It screams intent. He wanted to do it.
Touch me, see what happens.
You niggas like to always pull that race card. What the hell does black have to do with anything? It's the kicker about it all.
Right. I have never experienced anything slavery or none of that. None of us have. I'm pretty sure anybody in this damn chat has never experienced anything slavery. We have not experienced slavery. Why do people think? We gotta do better, America. Jesus Christ, man.
They had 6 witnesses.
I don't get it.
And 4 out of 6 of them were black, and they testified against Carmelo Anthony. They said that he was the aggressor. And you don't hear no black people talking about that. And see, that's the problem. Y'all like to pick and choose shit that fit that ghetto ass rhetoric.
Senator Sergeant, what's up?
Come out, y'all never have anything else to say.
She said it all. She wrapped the video up.
Right, we never experienced none of that slavery BS. The Jim Crow, none of that shit. I understand. He's gonna say we're gonna go through that, go back to it. No, we're not.
Quite nicely. She's absolutely right. And I said it at the beginning of this video. I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an upload.
Nice is not a Christian virtue. Let's just be very clear. Godliness is, humility is, kindness is, gentleness is, courage is. You do realize cowardice is classified as a kingdom forfeiting sin. If you are a coward, not only will you not inherit the kingdom of God in eternity, you won't inherit the kingdom of God here on earth. Cowards will not inherit the kingdom of God on earth. If your goal is to avoid conflict at any cost, you have already been effectively neutralized from effective kingdom building. There is no pastor in this state, no church in this state, no Christian in this state who will be effective in rebuilding and reclaiming the state for Jesus, who make as their highest goal to avoid conflict at any cost. If you make it your life goal to be liked by those who hate God, you'll have to hate God.
What up, Critical? What's up? What's up?
Not for them to like you. You have to cauterize the nerve that wants to be liked if you're going to do anything that matters for Jesus.
This is what I've been saying, and you know what? I love it because, again, my sister speaks your voice first, and I say it all the time. There's only one Holy Spirit. And if you get confirmation in the things that you're saying, and the one Holy Spirit should reside in all of the true believers. So the Lord put in my spirit a long time ago. He was like, I'm Jesus nice? No, kind. Because nice is where you're supposed to be affirming everything. You're supposed to be, in agreement with people. You almost become some sort of, as my grandma used to say, a welcome doormat to people because you're always just being nice. I'm nice. I'm not. You're not supposed to be nice. You're supposed to be kind because when Jesus was walking the earth, he told people he was very kind. One of my favorite is in John, where he tells the woman, "Go bring me your husband," and she says, "No, I don't have a husband," and he says, "I know. None of them are your husband, and the one that you're with now is not your husband either." But he tells her to go and sin no more. And the beauty of it is, he told her the truth, but he showed her love at the same time. And I love that is the example for us. And I just said this on Wednesday. Everyone who was in Bible study Wednesday, shout out. I told them, I said, if you are not dealing with spiritual warfare, please know that you are hanging out with Satan. Because there's no way that you should be able to move through this earth and nothing's going on in your life. Everything is just, if you are standing for the kingdom of God, everything should be imploded. I remember when I first got...
That's what I'm talking about, Bill. That's what's up, man. I'm glad you're back. Bible study with the wife. That's what's up, man. Blessings on that. On the real. They say that bringing the Bible together and praying together makes a strong family. That's a blessing, man. My wife and I do the same thing.
I say years ago, I was like, why all of a sudden there's targets hitting me every which way? And I remember my grandmother was like, who told you that you'd be walking through lilies and tulips when you accept Jesus Christ? She was like, this is when the battle starts. And I realized that that's the case. So I told everybody in the Bible study on Wednesday, I said, let me explain something to you. Because we were reading Amos chapter 4, which was so powerful. Because the Lord was saying that he gave so many warnings in mercy, be it famine, be it floods, be it everything that he gave. And yet they did not return to him. With all the signs he was giving to them, they never returned to him. And I told them, I said, this is literally what America's going through. The Lord has given us so many signs that he is like, y'all are frustrated. Get it together. And they refuse to listen. I said, and then the Lord is going to say, cool, now judgment. I said, for all the believers, and I'm saying this in regards to what happened when we went Tuesday to speak on behalf of the Whitakers. April and I looked at each other and we said, we're all the Christians. With all the things going on, we're all the Christians. There were nowhere to be found.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, man. Yeah, chat, read your Bibles, man. Stay prayed up. Stay focused. Yes. Thank you, Bill. Beautiful, Bill.
Only ones in the building. And we were the only ones that were standing up for truth and standing up for what God wants us to stand up on. And I said to everybody in Bible study, I said, let me explain something to you. People always hear the story about the talents. And they always equate the talents with money.
Simpson Sergeant. That's right. Yeah, George Server was done.
The talents was about the gifts and talents that the Lord has put into you to fulfill the purpose
Henry
that
Norwood,
we all have.
Put them to use. That's right.
And everybody's always asking, what is my purpose? What is my purpose? All of us have the same purpose, which is to bring honor and glory to God. go out and make disciples of all nations, being the salt of the earth and the light of the world. That is what we're supposed to be doing, the will of our Father. That is our purpose. But it looks differently in each and every one of us. She's so talkative on my report card when I was a kid. That's all I ever got. She's so talkative. Did not understand my purpose. Here we go. Celeste said she's so talkative as well. That was her gift. So Celeste talks, Celeste writes. There you go. We are living in the purpose. We're using the gift that God gave us. When you are just going along to get along, and you claim that you're a Christian and you are not dealing with any spiritual warfare, please understand you are complicit in all the evil that we're seeing right now. Because you are not being bold, just like what he said about being a cowardice. You are not being bold. You are not standing up for truth. So because we Christians refuse to stand up for truth, we like to build our little Christian clubs inside a church. We all get together here and we're all Christians together, yay. But then we don't go.
There's only one superior race, and that's NASCAR.
Go out and make disciples of all nations because people
NASCAR.
The word of God. What happens is you're becoming complicit, and the evil is taking over. They are taking dominion. Wherever the Lord doesn't have his children occupying and taking dominion, guess what? Satan is doing that. So if you're not doing your part, using your gifts.
Why are you putting those two things together? We're going through a time in history of separation of church and state. That sounds real stupid. You know what's crazy? Why is it that the Bible in prisons? The Bible was in prisons. But what happened to the Bible's been in schools? So you mess up, you do something stupid, you go to jail. So now you got to read the word to do better. How about you read the word before you even go to jail? What happened to that? Come on, man. Church and state is all that's together, period. God is in control. God is everything. God is everything. That's the problem. Man is trying to be God. Let God do God. Let God stay in control.
You are complicit and you are a coward.
Minister Dancer, I want to give you the next word. Do you believe or do you think that people get being nice with Christians having compassion?
Of course they do, because they don't read their Bible. The bottom line is that there's a reason why God gave us his word. David said, thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. It's the word of God that's given to us to explain to us what these definitions and terms mean. If you're using the world to get your instructions, you're going to have a serious problem. Now, on this particular type, there's three scriptures I want to bring up real quick. Paul said to Timothy in 2 Timothy 3:12, he said that all that will live godly are going to suffer persecution. So if you plan on living for God, you better expect to get persecuted. If you're not being persecuted, you may not be doing something right, because the devil only gets mad at those who are doing what God said do. Trust me on that. You did.
It's all good, though. Welcome to the chat.
1 Corinthians 16:9, Paul said that there's a door open to me. He said, but there are many adversaries. When God opens doors to you, the devil's going to go crazy. That's just the normal process of true Christianity. And then in Ephesians 6 chapter, he says, put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Therefore, take unto you the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand. See, some of these folks don't want to battle. They don't want to fight because they don't want to lose and they want to get beat up. If they're worried about getting beat up because they're not believing what the Bible said. You put on the whole armor of God, the devil can't beat you up. Bottom line, we got to fight.
Mike, I'll give you the next word. Go with this wherever you want to go. That is battle language.
Amen.
Better be battle ready.
Come on.
You know, a lot of times I meet people who basically use the word they say to justify them actually doing nothing.
Come on.
One of the things that often gets confused is Matthew 5:5, I think it is, says, blessed are the meek, for they inherit the earth. Yeah, and the thing is back when that Greek was being spoken and used, it was speaking about controlled strength. So meek is not the same as what it means today.
Come on, that's right.
Meek today means, weak and cowering. Meek back then meant you're listening to the Creator, the God who has given you and created you in His image, right? We're supposed to be strong and bold. As my sister says, we've got to stand up, because if we're not out shining the light, exposing the lies, then others will, and others will actually
dominate.
Yeah, the other side will dominate. So I think it's incumbent upon us to stand and deliver what God has challenged us to do.
I think there's a lot of believers out there that in this day and age that are weak-minded, weak in faith, weak in a multitude of capacities, there when it comes to, walking the life as a Christian. What are your thoughts on that? When people, Christians that they just, they don't come across as strong people. And, a lot of us, man, we get a bad rap because of that.
Well, I just put in this, and Mike's book is an example of fighting back. And this is why you talked about how his book is a response to another book that was written that was giving bad information, and he stood up and he responded. That's battle, and that's so important. I thank God for him, man. I just wanted to get that in there before, because he's gonna have the last word.
No, you're absolutely correct. And if I can, with Mike's permission, I want to begin and pick up where he left off. So I think that we should start at the end to understand the present. If you want to be someone who hears, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," well, let's figure out how it is you get there. First of all, these weak Christians are weak because humans are weak, but they've also been intentionally programmed to be weak through language. So Crystal says, as she always does, that God is not nice, but He is kind. Well, there's a difference in being nice and being kind. And if you think about what it takes for you to get to, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," there has been a spell of language set upon us where the words and what we should be striving for, what they mean, we don't know. We should not be trying to actualize niceness. We should not be trying to actualize all of equality. All of these things that are words that we are now set to try and actualize, when in fact we should be trying to actualize fairness and justice. Amen. Those words, incidentally, are congruent with God's purpose for our life, and they're also congruent with our responsibility as citizenship. So when you can be duped trying to actualize,
amen to that, big beautiful Bill. That's right. You got enough faith for both of us. Right. That's what's up, man. All he needs is faith the size of a mustard seed, You can move a mountain. Oh, yeah.
For things that are likely to leave you to unfulfill your obligation to God, and also unfulfill your obligation to being a citizen. And that is what the devil has done through the auspices of mostly the left, but anyone else who is willing to pick up the mantle is to confuse. They said God was to in the last days they would confuse the seasons, not just the seasons, but the words. And the words are extremely important. And you know that words are important because it says in the beginning there was nothing before there was the Word. The Word was first. Before anything else, the Word was first. So words are extremely important. They carry lots of power. Life and death is in the tongue. You cannot play around with words, which is why they're so obsessed with changing the meanings of words, because they know that if they can make you believe that something means something different, you're already programmed to try and actualize that in your own life.
Absolutely.
And that is, they don't have to get you to turn away from God in some dramatic fashion. They just have to get you to believe things that aren't true.
I want to hear from you guys in the comment section. What are your thoughts? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn those notifications on to all so you never miss an upload. Consider joining the ARP family or buy your brother a coffee. That link's in the description box below. Appreciate the love, man. And as always, keep God first. Stay prayed up. We'll catch up with you guys next time. Peace.
It is God who arms me with strength. Yeah, I'm battle ready. He trains my hands for battle. My heart is steady.
is God, He gives us the victory. Through my Lord Jesus.
Care. You can be a terrible person as long as you're MAGA, they'll vote for you.
Yeah, as long as you have a Nazi tattoo, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. They'll vote for you, right?
Let's stay in Texas right now.
Okay, I'm just sorry. Yeah,
the whataboutism is not a response to Ken Paxson.
It's not an unfair point.
Yes, it is. I would argue this because
voters are clearly in a lot of parts of the country. They don't care about the
So I would argue a tattoo is different than being, charged with 20 counts of fraud and bribery. That even Republicans voted to impeach him as the sitting Attorney General of Texas, who cheated on his wife.
Okay.
So, that all matters. That's relevant. A lot more relevant than a tattoo.
Potentially being a Nazi is pretty bad.
Let's get back to the veganism.
It's me being a hypocrite is what it is.
My guy Peter, he didn't even say anything. He didn't even do anything revolutionary here. And I think that's what's interesting. He didn't launch some devastating attack. He didn't expose secret documents. He asked a very ordinary question. If a tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol is serious, is it serious for everybody? That's it. Notice how fast conversations change when consistency enters the room. A lot of modern political conversations aren't really about standards. They're about ownership. People don't ask what happened. They ask, who team did it? And the moment that changes, suddenly the explanation changes too. That's why this clip got uncomfortable. Not because of the tattoo, because consistency showed up uninvited. Now, let's make it even worse. Because once somebody asks for proof instead of slogans, things get real quiet.
How do you define white privilege?
How would you define white privilege?
Getting better access, more opportunities because of your skin color, or because you're white, I guess.
The system in place right now gives white people an advantage over black people.
I feel like it's less a system, institutions, and more just day-to-day, how people act.
No, I hear what you're saying, because I think a lot of people share that same sentiment.
Right.
I just think that it's more of a feeling than a reality. I think that if you look at majority of people, they're not going to treat a black person any different. Do you believe that any of your professors here on campus, does any of them discriminate against you on your grades, the way they teach? Do they treat you any different in the classroom?
No.
Most people's experience is like yours, but yet they feel like somebody else may be experiencing discrimination.
Okay.
And I would argue that it's propaganda more so than reality.
Mm-hmm.
How do you define?
Now, one thing I've noticed, people can spend years arguing over a conclusion they never actually examined. You watch what happened here. The question wasn't whether someone feels something. The question was, what specifically is causing it? That's a different conversation. Salute to Officer Tatum. And a lot of political narratives survive because nobody asked them to leave the abstract world. The second somebody says, okay, show me. Now we're in trouble. Now it's a problem. Not because every answer is wrong, because some people realize they never really actually been asked to explain the answer before. That's why these, white privilege conversations get tense. Details are expensive. Slogans are cheap. But here's where I think people miss something. Here's where I think people miss something. Even when people agree there's a problem, they often disagree on where the problem lives. Watch this.
Black American low-income neighborhoods. Pay attention. If you don't live in one, the next time you visit family or friends in one, pay attention. When you go in low-income neighborhoods where Black Americans live, they're literally surrounded by foreigners and bad decisions. No cap. Literally. There's nobody black there with their business there to give to the people. Everybody, the corner stores, the restaurants, everything is owned by everybody else. And most people who live in these neighborhoods, they don't have the money and the resources, like the vehicles and all of these things, to go drive far out to get these things. That is a trap. That is another project. That's another thing to keep you on your reservation / project. Because just because you don't live in the buildings don't mean you're not living in a project. Black American.
This clip is interesting because everybody hears something different. Some people hear economics.
I know, Sean. It's crazy, man. All this white privilege trash makes no sense.
Some hear personal responsibility.
Didn't earn
some
it.
hear history. Some hear ownership.
DEI.
But here's the part nobody talks about. A neighborhood eventually becomes a reflection of whatever gets rewarded here. Or rewarded there, excuse me. Not what gets discussed, not what gets blamed. What gets rewarded. You know, if ownership is value, you get more ownership. If consumption is valued, you get more consumption. The reason these conversations never end is because everyone wants to start at the outcome instead of the incentive. The outcome is just the scoreboard. The incentive is the game. And speaking of scoreboards, let me show you what happens when emotions start keeping score.
Coming on the show.
I'm gonna be real. Black people don't give about people that ain't black.
What?
Angelina.
Angelina.
With an H. Angelina. Yep. I really said it out of you, bro.
Whoa, come on.
For real. I ain't playing.
You what?
You ain't finna sit here and play with me like I'm no.
Let's take a break here because I don't know. Come on. She's
you
nice.
trying to be smart, and you thought you was being smart. Now you silent with your white.
Oh, she said,
Stop saying me.
Oh, she said her name.
You look at me like I'm crazy. Prospect.
Hey. Listen, man. Don't threaten the girls on the platform. They come here for a reason, not come here to be threatened. Okay?
But I'm gonna smack this guy.
Let me see the answer. Respectfully ask you. You're gonna exit. Thank you for coming. You were great guest. Yes, thanks for coming on the show. What the
Now, this right here is why self-control never goes out of style. Because anger has a weird habit. It convinces you that you're winning while everybody watching sees the exact opposite. Notice something. The loudest person in the room is the strongest person in the room. And extremely racist. I'd say they definitely are that. But sometimes they're just the person.
It's been 3 hours and 37 minutes, chat. Really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe.
Losing an argument in real time. And when somebody can't defend a position, they often start defending their pride. And that's usually when things go sideways. A lot of people think power is just getting the last word. Real power, to me, is being able to hear something you don't like without falling apart. And in her case, she was seeing people she don't like just based off of skin color, which is racist. Which brings us to the conversation nobody enjoys having, because it requires looking inward instead of outward.
You know, when are people going to realize that there's no saving the black community? And I'm not talking about those of us that go to work every day, take care of our families, 2 parents in the household. I'm not talking about those black people. I'm talking about the other ones. The ones who have given us such a bad name in the last 40 years that we can't even go to simple outings without people being afraid that something might pop off. And you know what? They're right. Because a lot of black folks like myself, we don't want to be around that group of people either. Do you know that today you can lose your life for staring at someone the wrong way? Someone that looks like you. You can lose your life. In what other culture is that a thing? Our children are being hunted by each other and no one's saying nothing about it.
Nothing.
And I don't care what anybody says.
I guarantee you probably like 10 people to 20 people in Chicago being shot right now. Black on black crime. No outrage.
You can call me all the Uncle Toms you want, all the bootlickers that you want. But to be honest with you, you're the bootlicker and you're the Uncle Tom, because at this point in time, silence is treason. And you're consenting to the murder and degradation of your own community. And people like myself that get on this mic and they talk about what's going on, we are the heroes.
Yes, we are.
We don't get the respect that we deserve, but guess what? A lot of people are waking up and a lot of people are listening. You might not, but others are. The people that make a difference, they are. Just think about it.
So let's do that, y'all. Let's make the difference, y'all.
Of households are headed by black women. That's
make
a
a
problem.
difference. We are the
That
heroes.
is a huge problem. When are we going to start taking care of the trash that's going on in our own backyard? When are we going to start accepting the fact that we are creating a group of monsters that are terrorizing the United States of America in these inner cities?
Now, this is where discussions usually break down, because accountability isn't a comfortable subject. It's a useful subject. There's a difference. One thing I've learned is that every community on earth eventually has to answer one question. What are we willing to tolerate? Because whatever gets tolerated becomes normal, and whatever becomes normal eventually becomes culture. Not overnight. Not because somebody planned it, but because repetition turns exceptions into expectations. That's why people care so much about family, stability, mentorship, fathers, mothers, structure. Those aren't political ideas. Those are they're civilization ideas. And now we get the clip that ties all of this together. Not race, not politics, not parties, something much deeper.
So in order for me to be insulted by a lot of your slurs and threats and all this kind of stuff, I would have to respect you. And I don't respect you because many of you don't have any respect. You don't have any respect for yourself. Many of you guys cannot judge rightly because you're so stuck on skin. You bow at the altar of skin. And I don't care nothing about your golden calf. I'm going to kick it down every chance I get. If you don't know right from wrong, it's something wrong with you. If both of those boys were black and one stabbed another, we would not have even heard about it. It would not have made it to the news. The media will always have a job. They'll always have ratings because all they have to do is make it an issue about race. And they know because you wear your emotions on your sleeve that's all they have to do is say the word racist and you guys jump. You didn't have enough sense to look at this thing honestly with clear eyes and see it. A woman was so offended she continued to leave comments under every post to call me names and everything else just because I said what is right and what is wrong is wrong. A boy brought a knife to school for the second time in a week. I just found out it was not a kitchen knife, that he brought a knife to school the second time in 1 week. And pulled that knife out, the one he wanted to use, and ended another boy's life. Instead of you guys saying this was wrong, he shouldn't have had a knife in the first place, and he shouldn't have killed him about nothing. His life was more than that. You guys have decided no, because this boy is black, I want him to get out of jail. This is disgusting. You all honestly should be ashamed of yourself. I am embarrassed.
Neighbors are cray-cray.
Onto social media now without looking at
Yes, they are.
From the black delegation calling me all these turn of the century slurs. You got nothing better to do. You got nothing better to say. You don't have an argument. You don't have a leg to stand on. So instead of you trying to come up with some intelligent argument, you call me names. Right.
Right there in the chat, they was calling me a coon or emoji coons. Like, really? You come on my chat and that's it. Coons. Lack of intelligence. MAGA cat. Look, here we go. Look at James.
I don't
Welcome to the chat, James.
With the names. That's not who God says I am. So it does not really matter. I really feel bad for you all because
y'all guys are confused. I'm MAGA because I love America, period. It's beyond Trump. Yeah, Trump brought Make America Great, you know what I'm saying, to where is it at? But earlier in my video, I can show you that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, and also I believe Ronald Reagan all said, "Make America great again." So it's not just Trump. It's about making America great again and keeping it great, period. So I'm glad you guys calling me coons and all types of names, because I know I'm not on a plantation. Those are plantation words that y'all living by and stand by. So, hey, I'm my own thinker, period.
You don't know what's coming. The longer you agree with lies, the harder it's going to be for you to hear the truth when it does come. The Antichrist can come, and when he does come, please believe he's going to appeal to your race. He's going to appeal to your flesh.
Bro, I care about my country, man. I've been overseas. I done seen some of this shit. I got a passport. And America's the best place, period. The laws is perfect. It's the people we put in place for the laws to carry the laws out. It's the people. Like the Bible. The Bible is there. The foundation is there. It's up to us to follow the foundation the right way, but we take it and put our own interpret into it. That's what happens.
Many of you guys are clay dwellers. You don't know anything about spiritual things. You call yourself Christians, but you are not. You do not know God. If you knew God, you would have the spirit of truth living in you. But because you don't know him, you don't recognize the truth. You don't know anything about righteousness. You don't know anything about biblical matters at all. All you are qualified to do is fight online and come into agreement with lies and defend criminals. That's a shame. You have a culture that is built on criminals, harboring criminals. Look at that. Statues of George Floyd, a man that if he was walking down the street, you would cross the street.
The man been arrested with 8 times. Rap sheet up there, I'm saying. Crazy rap sheet. Never did you try to do better before he died. He didn't try to do right before he died. He did stupid shit. Bogus ass 20. And he had fentanyl in his system.
The same way I would cross the street because I was born and raised in the hood. And I know common sense, when you see someone that is a crack addict walking towards you that could possibly kill you, you cross the street. You all know that, but you want to keep that in the house, though. You want to keep that quiet. See, this boy that did that, he wasn't even born here. I just found that out today. He wasn't even born in Texas. He came here with a whole different mindset. The kids here, they don't even know nothing about this. I see groups of kids walking all the time. I am in Frisco right now. I see groups of kids all the time, and I rarely see a group of all black kids. These kids are well integrated. And this is why they had no problem getting on the stand telling the truth, because they have been integrated. They don't understand race issues, but you guys are trying to make them understand it. And I'm glad that they're pushing back. I'm glad that this generation is resisting this foolishness. They were not born with this kind of mindset.
Now, the thing that stood out to me wasn't even the case, the Carmelo Anthony case that she's discussing. It was something else. She was talking about identity. And identity is powerful because when identity becomes the most important thing about a person, everything else starts getting filtered through it. Truth, morality, justice, responsibility, right and wrong, everything. And that's dangerous no matter who does it, because eventually you stop asking, was it right? And you start asking, was it my side? The moment that happens, truth becomes negotiable. And once truth becomes negotiable, you can justify almost anything. That's why these clips connect. They're all showing the same problem from different angles. People don't usually lose credibility because they're wrong. People lose credibility because they change the standard depending on who benefits, and people are noticing.
People are noticing. Oh, goodness.
He's coming to game 3 of the finals, and I don't want him there. He's coming to game 4 of the NBA finals, and I don't want him there.
Now, Trump's in New York, true and true. How this man can't attend a game, a basketball game at that? And he's been a fan for them for years. So how he can't go there? I don't understand how these people just try to tell people what they can and can't do. Come on, Stephen A. Come on, y'all. Let's continue.
And it has nothing nothing to do with politics, policy, or anything like that.
So then
it
what
has
is it about?
everything to do with him disrupting and contributing at the same time to the chaos that's going to be existing at Madison Square Garden. If there was ever a time, if it were Barack Obama coming to the Garden, I would say stay home. Stay in the White House.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Your energy was kind of weird on that one, Stephen A. You on bullshit. You be happy that Obama was coming. You be right there next to Obama, damn it.
If it was George W. or Clinton or somebody, stay in the White House. Don't come. You don't understand.
You be right there next to Obama. Obama was right there.
Mixed games. Now all of a sudden we're winning. He want to be here. Flashback.
Donald Trump, who is a big Knicks fan, who joins us now. Donald, I know you're a Knicks fan, so are you disappointed that Kobe's not here, or are you glad he's not here because it ups your chances?
Well, I guess you could look at it both ways, but I'd like to see Kobe play. I came here to see my man Kobe.
Defense, too, because the Pacers were held scoreless in the last 2 minutes and 41 seconds after they had.
The number one reason to brought the Knicks back. Shaquille O'Neal's shoe.
Oh, my God.
Right here, which is a serious
Is that a real
shoe? It's a real shoe. He took it off after a game and handed it.
Oh, my
I
God.
carried it like this.
Yeah, I guess. Because you don't really like germs anyway, do you?
No. Yeah, from
How are
Shaq.
you? How are you?
How you doing, folks? You're paying a lot of money. It's a great job.
Wow. Wow. They let Trump take hold of a camera of a game. Come on, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Y'all just...
So, you got to talk about more fake liberal outrage over President Trump attending the Knicks finals game in New York City. Now, I want to talk about this because this is probably one of the most pathetic meltdowns that I've seen in a long, long, long time from the left. Democrats, including individuals like Stephen A. Smith, who is a Democrat and he is liberal, right? No matter how much he pretends that he's not, right?
Robert
he's a Democrat
Byrd.
and he's liberal. These people
Boyd.
are
This is
crying about
Robert
the
Boyd.
president
Welcome to the chat.
the finals game, the Knicks finals game in New York City. Take a look.
Thing that disrupts it. If it causes the New York Knicks to lose tonight, I'm blaming him. I'm blaming the president of the United States. I'm going to stay on that. I'm going to stay on that. And damn it, I hope the GOP lose votes because of it if we lose tonight. I'm going to be against all of them. All of them. I'm telling you that right now. We better not lose tonight's game. We better not lose tonight's game. You understand what I'm saying? I've been fair-minded, down the middle, as an independent for a long time. Hell has
Oh my gosh, it's independent trash.
if the New York Knicks
We all
lose
independent,
tonight. I'ma
stupid.
be in their ass like back
It's Democrat or Republican, regardless.
I'm telling you that right now.
He quick to say he's independent, but always vote Democrat. So how you independent? You always voting Democrat. I voted for Kamala. I voted for Biden. I voted for Obama. I voted for... Stop it, bro. Stop it. You are a Democrat. You're not an independent. Independent's not even on the ballot. And if it was Ross Perot in the 90s. Come on, Stephen A. Stop it. Stop it.
We better not lose tonight's game. We were riding. We were flowing. And this man go sit up there and show up to the Garden tonight. I mean...
And this only game 3. You get up to game 7. So what's the problem? You get money on the game?
You got to be kidding me. You got people got to show up 4 or 5 hours before the damn game.
That's what he's mad about.
No. I'm mad about the watch party. That may have to take the subway.
Right?
No, in this suit. That's not. You and Tom Ford might be on the subway. I'm a man of the people. I'll go
Right.
Bill Clinton went to see my
Right, Heather.
multiple times in person in Washington. Right. I'm saying. Hold on, whoa. First of all, that's Washington is right down the road. Number two. Don't bring up Bill Clinton coming to see the Wizards because we know the Wizards ain't sniffed the finals.
I didn't say he would see the Wizards. I said he would see Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. Okay. Well, I'm just saying they ain't sniffed the finals.
All right.
Come on.
I'm not sure it's going to be a good reception for him, but why does Donald Trump always have to ruin a good thing? Like literally, the Knicks haven't been.
You haven't watched the basketball yourself either. Timu Obama. Get your teeth fixed.
In the NBA Finals for 27 years. The city is trying to celebrate this. We've embraced this team, and this guy has to inject himself.
I mean, come on, seriously, give us a break. Why doesn't this guy just focus on trying to improve the quality of life of the American people? Because the Trump economy has been a disaster.
Because you guys causing it.
We know Donald Trump does not have a lot of luck in New York courts. And so we are asking him, as Knicks fans, stay away from Game 3. Don't jinx the run. You will not be welcome. No one will want you there. We will have to wait in line forever just to get in so you can have your little glory moment. Please stay away. Don't jinx the Knicks.
A small minority of people want to take advantage of their position and their ability to absorb resources that, I'm sure if I was him, it would be fun, but the fact of the matter is it's not about the 1%, it's about the rest of us.
This is our team. We're from New York, born and raised, and to see the Knicks finally doing well, and now we can't even come downtown to see them play because Trump is coming, that's so unfortunate. And it's displacing so many people. Like, watch parties are already packed. So it's like they're going to have to find somewhere else to go. And those are already packed too. So it's like you're displacing so many people.
I understand because of the president, but I do think that the president coming to the game is bad luck. And I would rather he forego and not come. He has to talk about the Knicks, the whole playoffs.
What are your thoughts on Trump maybe coming to one of the NBA Finals games next week?
Hopefully he doesn't. New York's been suffering long enough without a championship. He can stay out and we can maybe get through this one without any bad luck.
Honestly, that gets me very excited. I think
That's the problem now. Y'all believe in the word luck. Damn, y'all luck over a game?
that President Trump attending one of the games is huge for New York and the United States as a whole. Let's go Trump.
Yeah, so I just feel like right now, like you can see behind us, like the energy's just really happy, lively. New York is alive. Like energy's really up there. And I just feel like if he comes, it's going to be really strange. Like it's going to be a big downer. Like New York is filled with such diversity, and a lot of the stuff that he doesn't stand for is here. So why is he coming here?
How do you feel about Trump attending the game? Fuck Trump! What the fuck?
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. Liberals and Democrats and Stephen A. Smith, they're all perplexed. They're confused as to why is it that the man who was born and raised in New York City, grew up in New York City, built his business empire in New York City, literally built New York's skyline, right? New York City's skyline, right? I mean, at one point, the man's name was synonymous with New York City. When you think about New York City, you think about Trump. We have documented footage of him being a Knicks fan, an NBA fan, a basketball fan for decades, right? And all these people are...
Right, they think about Trump Towers. Really? That's what I'm saying. People just retarded. TikTok has ruined these people's brains. 10-second videos that ruin their brain. Instead of watching a long video that they should, their brain is rotten for the dopamine of 10 seconds.
Or shot Pikachu face that the president would want to see a Knicks finals game in person. Right? Like, come on, really? Is this really a controversy? Right? We've seen this before. We've seen presidents in the past attend high-profile sporting events. Okay? We've seen this. Trump is not the only president to attend these types of events. Barack Obama attended these types of events. George W. Bush attended these type of events. Reagan attended these type of events. We have a long history in this country of presidents attending major sporting events and presidents or the administration in sporting events being intertwined, right? There's a long history of that in this country, right? It's almost like an American tradition, right, for presidents to show up occasionally to high-profile sporting events. Now, again, I get that people are like, oh, logistically, it's going to be a disaster, right? It's going to be a nightmare because the president's going to be there. I agree. It will be, but it's going to be regardless of the president being there, because it's Madison Square Garden in New York City and the Knicks are in the finals. It's going to be a logistical nightmare either way, right? Either way. So I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. The president being there.
All right, you guys, this will be the last video. It's about to be 4 hours into this, me screaming with you guys. I appreciate it. Love you guys. Appreciate it. But this is the last video, and I'll be back tomorrow.
has nothing to do with the Knicks' performance and whether or not they're going to, play well or not play well. I don't think it has anything to do with that. But if they end up losing, they'll blame Trump, right? They'll say, it's Trump's fault that the Knicks lost. He jinxed us because he showed up to the finals, right? This is what they'll say. They're already trying to go after the president because the price of the tickets are very, very, very expensive to attend this game. From what I've seen, the tickets are going for like $8,000, right? Just to get nosebleeds, okay?
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that.
Confronted on that, and a lot of people are running with the president's answer and trying to make it seem like he's saying something that he's not really saying, but roll the clip.
Well, I know, but they can watch it on television. It's sort of semi-free to watch it on television, but that's the way life goes. You have some, and now the game wasn't if the team wasn't a big success, you could go very easily. So, you can do that too, but that's the way life is. They've had great success. And don't forget, they've suffered also losses, and they've suffered during the bad time. Now they have a good time. They have a team that's amazing. I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
It's been 27 years since the New York Knicks hosted the NBA Finals in Madison Square Garden. Instead of the Knicks organization taking care of their fans, they're giving them the biggest middle finger imaginable. I find New York Knicks fans to be
no problem, Hard Right. Appreciate it.
Cocky fans on planet
Thank
Earth.
you, guys. Thank you.
That hadn't accomplished anything since 1973. Even I feel sorry for them in this moment. We're talking about the lowest ticket prices for the upper bowl being in the high 8,000s to go watch your New York Knicks, who you've been waiting for this moment your entire lifetime. And to make matters worse, the real Knicks fans who could never really afford to get in the Garden anyway just had their plans stymied. Just because President Trump is showing up tonight at Game 3 means there's no watch parties outside of the Garden. I couldn't imagine rooting for this team and watching bad basketball for decades, only to get to this point and have the organization that you've been rooting for turn its back on you.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what do liberals and...
Whoa. So Madani can show up, but Trump can't. And Trump was 100% way more than New Yorker than Madani is. Madani is a baby as a New Yorker compared to Trump, period. Wow.
Reporters and people who are upset with the president's comments, like what exactly do they expect the president to do about these ticket prices, right? Is he supposed to wave a wand and magically, right, the tickets are free? I don't think these people actually understand how supply and demand in free markets.
Yeah, people are stupid, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like right now, the lottery tickets are set $10, $30, $100, $50. You can't go to a gas station, to a lottery spot and say, hey, man, let me get that lottery ticket that costs $10. Let me get it for $9.50. Really? People have selective outrage. Y'all argue about bottled water. Water should be free. Argue about that shit. Y'all argue about the most stupidest stuff. Ticket price. Oh, man. This is fun.
Right? I don't think they understand that at all. Okay.
Trump made New York.
We're talking about a finals game for the New York Knicks in New York City, one of the most expensive cities in the world, right? But certainly in the U.S., okay?
And the little YN that he showed in the video, you know he don't watch no basketball game. That boy in the streets, running around, team takeover BS. How do you feel when watch the game? That's why Trump shouldn't show. He ain't even watch no game.
Why did you expect the tickets to be cheap, right? Like what price did you expect? Also on top of that, this idea that, well, real Knicks fans can't go because the tickets are too expensive.
You're not a real Knicks fan.
If the tickets, let's say if the team say, you know what, we're just going to charge, $200 a ticket and you can't resell them, right? You can't resell the tickets and it's $200 a ticket so that all the real Knicks fans can go. Guess what? There are going to be a ton of people, right, who were not able to secure those 19,000 seats because it's going to be first come, first serve.
Hello.
Right? It's not going to be based on willingness to pay or ability to pay.
Or skin color. Let's make sure we say that. The seat's not based on race. Only color that matters is green.
Or how much you love the team. It's going to be first come, first serve. Those 19,000 seats will be sold to those people. Everybody else, right? Everybody else will not get a seat, okay? Because supply is limited. So it is not fundamentally more fair to have price controls that, again, basically hand out tickets based off first come, first serve, because that's what these people are advocating for. Like the president was right. Like, that's how life goes. It is what it is. The tickets are expensive, yeah, but again, it's a function of supply and demand. Like, that's just what it is, right? If people weren't willing to pay those prices, then they wouldn't be able to charge the prices that they're charging. They wouldn't be reselling for so much money, okay, on the resale market, on the secondary market. That, again, it is what it is. It is what it is. If anything, in my opinion, I think it should be motivation, right? When you have the tickets being so expensive, yeah, it sucks that quote-unquote real fans can't go, even though I'm not entirely sure whether or not your income or your socioeconomic status determines.
Just imagine we had Obama around Jordan era. Motherfuckers be going nuts right now. Jordan and Obama in the United Center, they be going crazy. So why can't you have the same thing for New York? You got your man in New York and you got the president. The same shit. Something like that.
Whether or not you're a real fan or not, right? As if, real Knicks fans can't be rich, right? But regardless, if anything, it should be motivation for those who can't afford to go, hey, I need to work harder, right? I need to do more. I need to strive to increase my income and to put myself in a position
Subscribe.
where I can actually go to a game,
Let's
right?
grow. Let's grow.
It should be motivation to work harder and work smarter and to accomplish more so that you can go to a game, right? That should be the real takeaway. But otherwise, right, we live in a country where you can watch and enjoy the game from the comfort of your living room on a big HD TV, right? Highest resolution, great sound quality, all because of capitalism, right? All because of this system that a lot of these individuals hate, okay? You're able to enjoy the game with essentially a luxury experience in your home. And this is a very modern thing. I don't think that people understand, okay? Because back in the day, if you couldn't afford to go to the game, yeah, you can watch it, but it wasn't on a 100-inch television screen, right? With, AC and, all the amenities that we enjoy today, right? So I'm just saying, ultimately today, it's not the worst thing in the world. I get it. People upset about ticket prices, but it is what it is. I don't think the president said anything wrong there. I don't think the president is in the wrong by going to the game, right? I just think these people just like to complain. They just like to show how much they just hate Trump, right? And the thing about Stephen A. that really kills me is like, you would never say that about Barack Obama. I know you claim I would say that about Barack Obama. I would say that.
Oh wow, because like I said, it's funny. I get what you're saying. Okay.
Okay, but you didn't. Right? You said nothing about Obama showing up to the games that he showed up to. I mean, Obama has been showing up to NBA games and basketball games for a long time now, and Stephen A. has said nothing about it. Never had a problem with it. Right? Never had a problem with it. Everybody knows damn well that Stephen A. would never crack his lips and to say anything about Barack Obama attending a sporting event. He would never, ever crack his lips and to say something like that, right? He's always said it about Trump. That's why, again, I'm not fooled by this guy, bro. Stephen A. is one of these guys. He thinks that he can thread a needle that he can't thread. I know who Stephen A. Bro, you're liberal. You're a Democrat. You like to pretend to be
told you
independent. I'm in the middle. No, you're not. Stop it. Right? Stop it. It's stuff like this. Like what? The president can't attend a Knicks game. Like, he grew up in New York City. He's a New Yorker. He helped build New York City. Right? Yeah, he definitely should be able to attend the game. But, again, these people, they just love to hate. They really do. And I think stories like this are an example of that. So, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Okay, as we mentioned, if you're still...
Well, that's all it is. There's only one party. I mean, it's only two parties, Democrat, Republican. There's no independent party. Once again, I said it before. There was what, Ross Perot in the 90s? That was only then. But I'll be back tomorrow for you guys. Again, I go live 4 days a week in the morning. Unless something else come up, I'll go live in the evening. But check my videos out. Let me know what you guys think when I go do my videos. Hope you guys like them.